Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we are going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we are going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. For you listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, we're coming to you live from the Mecca Talk studios right here in South Florida. It is the debate, the sectorial debate. And this evening we're going to hear from Daryl Vaz and Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. What's going to happen in the parliament this evening, we don't know. But those two people are scheduled to speak. So we're standing by to join the parliament. It is now 2:57. The parliament is supposed to start at 3 o'clock, maybe 3:15. We're standing by to join them. What do you think is going to happen in the parliament this evening? Do you think they'll allow Dr. Angela Brown-Burke to speak in the parliament? Or there will be some, discussion between the speaker and the House leader and opposition House leader? We don't know. So basically, we're standing by to join Garden House to listen to these two speakers to speak in the sectorial debate. If you want to call in and talk to us about anything until the parliament start, the numbers are 954-529-8030. I don't have enough time here, but I'm going to bring it live to you. It is now 2:58. We're standing by to join the Houses of Parliament for the sectorial debate 2026. The presenters are Daryl Vaz, Minister of Transportation, and Dr. Angela Brown-Burke, Opposition Spokesperson on transformation. They will be speaking in the parliament this evening. And basically, you know what happened the last time Dr. Angela Brown-Burke was in the parliament. She is scheduled to speak this evening as we stand by to join the Parliament of Jamaica, where those two persons will be speaking. Please stand by if you want to call in and give your views on what you think would happen in the Parliament this evening. The numbers are 954-529-8030. That's 954-529-8030. That's the numbers to call into the program. That's 954-529-8030. That's the numbers to call into the program. What you think going to happen in the Parliament this evening between House Speaker Juliet Holness and Dr. Angela Brown-Burke, as they're scheduled to speak in the Parliament this evening. They were saying that Dr. Angela Brown-Burke disrespected the Parliament by picking up the maize. Well, it's neither here nor there, but, out of respect, you have to say, okay. So as we stand by to join the Houses of Parliament this evening, where the Minister of Transportation, Daryl Vaz, will be speaking, I know members of the public transport sector is anticipating his speech. I am being told that President of the public transport sector, Egerton Newman, will be in the parliament this evening to listen to the speaker, to listen to the minister give his presentation. Will he give the 16% increase to the bus and taxi operators who are asking for increase in bus fare? Will they get that? We don't know. Will the minister speak on issues affecting the public transport sector? Will the minister speak on the $1.4 billion school bus scandal is rocking this nation? That's Minister Daryl Vaz. We don't know. Will the minister speak on what is going on in the JUTC? Yes, he will. I know he's going to speak about that. But when it comes on to the public transport sector, will Minister Vaz give the public transport sector his percentage that they're asking for? Will he raise the bus fare, giving them the 16%? So we're standing by to join Gordon House. We're going to be live from Gordon House this evening. We're going to hear from Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. Will the speaker demand an apology from Dr. Angela Brown-Burke pertaining to what is going on, pertaining to what happened in the parliament a couple of days ago with her lifting the maze? You know that the current Minister of Tourism, Dr. Edmund Bartlett lift the same maze and went to the door of Parliament. Was he going to throw it out? We don't know. You know that he lived that also. You know, in the Barbados,
the questions,
a member, one moment for me,
and items under
a member of the Parliament in Barbados did the same thing. So you know, there are so many things that is going on. And we don't know what's going to happen, but let us wait and see. As the speaker, as we stand by to join Garden House, this evening,
get the answer.
Who will we see? Will we see a showdown in the parliament between Dr. Angela Brown-Burke and the speaker again? Will the members of the public transport sector get their 16% fare increase from Minister Daryl Vaz? Will he speak about the state of Jamaica Telephone Company, wherein the phone calls are dropping left, right, and center? You can hardly get calls into Jamaica, much as outside of Jamaica, pertaining to when it comes on to WhatsApp or any other calls. The calls are dropping left, right, and center. Will he speak about that? Will he speak about the extortion going on in Montego Bay with bus and taxi operators? Will he speak about that? Will he speak about issues facing the public transport sector? As we stand by to join Daryl Vaz this evening to speak to the people and to speak to the public transport sector. We're also going to have on the agenda this evening, we're going to speak to members of the Jamaican Society. I know the public transport sector President Egerton Newman will be in the parliament, I was told. I heard that Curious will be in the parliament. I'm being told that President Oscar Finnegan will be in the parliament. I am being told that Lady James will be in the parliament also to listen to what the minister is saying. Will they get a fair increase for the public transport sector? Will the Minister of Transportation give his entire speech based on the public transport sector? Last year, he did not speak to the public transport sector. He spoke about something different and said at the time run out on him. Well, this evening, let us see what's going to happen. It is now 3:04 right here in the United States, 2:04 in the land of wood and water. We're standing by to join the Houses of Parliament
We're at the end of this introduction
for the presentation by the
few
Minister
interesting
of
things about
Transportation, the Honorable Daryl Vaz, and the Honorable Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. Let me get Dr. Angela Brown-Burke credentialed here. I know she is the opposition spokesperson on, let me get it here, just a moment here. Yes, she is the opposition spokesperson on social Protection and Social Transformation. Some new system there. So as we stand by to join these two parliamentarians in the House of Parliament this evening, the numbers to call in is 954-529-8030. Do you believe that Daryl Vaz will speak about the $1.4 billion bus scandal rocking this country? Do you believe he'll give the bus and taxi operators a 16% increase? Will he speak about that? Do you believe that there will be a showdown in the Parliament again this afternoon between Dr. Angela Brown-Burke and the Speaker of the House, Mrs. Juliet Holness, the wife of the Prime Minister and Member of Parliament for West Rural St. Andrew? What do you think is going to happen in the Parliament this evening as we stand by to join a live feed from the People's Parliament in Kingston, Jamaica? Members of the diaspora watching in anticipation is going to happen in the Parliament between Dr. Angela Brown-Burke and the Speaker. It is now 2:06 in Jamaica as we stand by to join them. There are so many things. Remember to share this live feed. Share up this live feed. Like up this live feed. It is Make We Talk. It is Make We Talk. Wherever you're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, good afternoon, good morning, good night. South Africa, Namibia, Ghana. Those are our people who are watching in Ghana. Good afternoon to you. Good morning, good night. As we stand by for the live sectorial debate, between Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. She will be speaking in the Parliament this evening. We're standing by to join them. There are so many other social media platforms bringing this live event. Thank you all for staying here on the Make We Talk program as we bring you a live event from the Houses of Parliament. Share up this live feed. Daryl Vaz will be speaking in the Parliament this afternoon. He will be the first speaker. Will he be speaking on the fare increase, the 16% fare increase for the bus and taxi operators? I am being told that members of the public transport sector, headed by President of the Transport Development Sustainable Services, Edgerton Newman, One Voice President Oscar Finnegan, Lady James, the late Godfrey James' wife, will be in the Parliament, and others will be. I heard that President Curious, my good friend Curious, will be in the Parliament this evening. I've been told, I know it's true, that they will be in the Parliament to listen to the presentation of the Minister of Transportation, Daryl Vaz, and also opposition spokesperson on transformation, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. We're also going to hear pretty soon from the opposition spokesperson on transportation, Michael Phillips. We haven't heard from Michael Phillips as yet. We're going to hear from him, not this evening or not today, but we're standing by to join Garden House. As soon as they're ready for us, we will go live to the Houses of Parliament. Please stand by for a live feed from Garden House. I am Jeffrey Tavares on the Make We Talk program here, bringing you a live coverage of what is going on in Parliament. Do not go anywhere. Stand by as I do something here to make sure that when they start the live feed, we can bring it to you live right here on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel as we stand by to join Garden House. It's now 9 minutes after 3 o'clock, 9 after 2 o'clock in the land of wood and water. As we stand by to join them there, the number to call is 954-529-8030. If you have anything to say pertaining to what is going to happen in the Parliament this afternoon. If not, we're going to just sit down, watch, and see what is going on. I got a message today, that the Dalrymple Philibert constituency is a disgrace. We're going to get some videos about that pretty soon. So as we stand by here now to join, we're standing by to join Parliament. As soon as we get the live feed from Parliament, we will bring it to you live. Daryl Vaz will be the first speaker to speak in the Parliament. And as soon as we get the live feed from Garden House, we will bring it to you live. Will the members of the public transport sector get a fair increase? Will the members of the public transport sector have the minister speak about the extortionist that is going on between Spanish Town, Mandeville, and wherever, where the poor bus and taxi operators feeds in the pans of hell? So as we stand by to join them, it is now 10 after 3 o'clock, 10 after 2 o'clock in Jamaica. Parliament is supposed to get underway pretty soon. As soon as they do so, we will bring it to you live. This is Make We Talk. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We will be right back right here on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. As we stand by, we're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Eternal and sovereign God, we come before you today. The God of righteousness, the God of justice, the God of peace, we come today, oh God, in no other name but the name of Jesus Christ. We come, Lord, putting our Jamaica land we love in your hands. Almighty God, it is your word that says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then and only then you will hear from heaven and heal our land. And Almighty God, without a vision, the people perish. And so today, Lord, we come because Jamaica is weighed down under the weight of corruption. We're polluted, oh God, by cronyism and nepotism. But today, Lord, we come in your name and we say, Lord, rise up leaders like Moses who led the people out of bondage. Rise up leaders like Nehemiah who had a clean hands and clean heart. We pray, God, that you will rescue Jamaica and sound the trumpet in Zion, sound the alarm, oh God, that Jamaica will understand that you, oh God, cares for the people of this country. And so, Lord, we come against every badmanism. We come against every plans of the enemy. And like David said in the wilderness, you come with spear and javelin. Come in the name of the Lord God of hosts, the army of Israel. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Hallelujah.
Eternal Father, I come acknowledging that we have sinned against the people of Jamaica. We have sinned against our fellow man. We have sinned against our family members and relatives. We have sinned against our neighbors, strangers and visitors. We have sinned against the children, the youth and the unborn. We have sinned against the poor and the weak and the elderly and the sick. We have sinned against the free and the imprisoned. We have sinned against those in the...
We do apologize for that. We're going to bring you a member of the public transport sector. Curious is online. Curious, welcome to the Make We Talk program. You're very low, Curious.
Yes. You hear me now?
Yes, much better. Go ahead. What is your take? Do you believe that the members of the public transport sector will be getting a fair increase from the minister this afternoon?
Well, it would be a shame if we doesn't get one. Because we've been waiting so long. And with the high going up now, it makes things worse.
Yes.
The minister have assured us
that we will be getting one. So I expect that we should be getting a fare increase. Let's hope that they don't let us down.
You remember last year the minister didn't speak about the public transport sector in the budget presentation at all?
I remember, but I'm saying that we are expecting a fare increase, Sir Jeffrey, at this time. The whole transport sector, matter of fact, I have to be telling members to be patient and let us wait on the minister, because they assured us that we will be getting an increase. So if there's any form of difference, I don't think that will go down well with the sector, because we are facing increase. The gas is a big concern for us.
But let me ask you this question though, curious.
Yes.
Jamaicans, well, let me say this. Members of the public transport sector have been getting promises from this minister from Wapikil Phillip. Has he lived up to any of these promises?
I didn't get the question, Sir Jeffrey.
I am saying to you that this minister has been promising the public transport sector a lot of things. Has he lived up to none of those promises?
Well, if I'm going to be truthful, the route that they make approve,
Yes.
we have to be grateful for that, and we have to commend that move. But route alone won't solve all the problem in the sector. We need parking, and we need a fare increase. We need a proper fare increase so that when we have inflation, we have a 5% annual inflation increase in our expenses. And we need the fare to match that.
Let me ask you this question though, curious. Let me, because I know they're going to start soon. If the Minister of Transportation, Daryl Vaz, don't give the public transport sector a fare increase this evening in his presentation, is the President of the public transport sector willing to take to the streets of this country?
Well, based on communication with them,
Yes.
I don't think they are up to it. But we, the investors and operators, we will not be sitting down and waiting on them. And, it might very well be that it's one of those occasions where we have to take a stand.
So let me ask this question though curious. The public transport sector is as divided as the parliament of this country. Are you sure that the members of the public transport sector will team up and become a one-man team and a force to reckon for to send a clear message to Daryl Vaz and the whole administration if there's not a fare increase this evening? Hello?
Well, what I've seen from my members,
Yes.
from the transport sector that I'm a part of, once it becomes clear and overbearing, the sector hack. And I can only give thanks for that. And I'll give you an example. 2023, when they threatened to take away our driver's license using unfair traffic tickets and traffic charges, the entire sector hacked. So once it becomes clear and overburdened, I'm telling you, despite our differences, we tend to pull together and get it done. And that is a good thing. I must say, respect to all of the man.
But a lot of people curious have been saying that some president of the public transport sector are sell out. They've been selling out the public transport sector for years.
Well, we naturally don't trust some of them at the top during the negotiations. And we have good reasons. One of the biggest problems we have with them is that they are not communicating our issues properly to the public and to those in authority. So it is what it is, my brother.
I know you're on the road, curious, and I know you're busy. Maybe my two final questions or three final questions to you though. The roads are atrocious in Jamaica right now. People are complaining about the road, even going by Maxwell Avenue where the Prime Minister constituency is. with all of that, and maybe you don't get any fare increase this afternoon, you're saying to me that majority of the presidents in the public transport sector will rather not take to the streets because they're friends and benching behind and cronies with the minister? Hello?
The line interrupt.
No, I'm saying to you, based on what is going on now, the roads in the corporate area and the roads around Jamaica, they're in a terrible condition. If you don't get a fare increase now, and road is bad, the roads are bad, and if the presidents of the public transport sector refuse to take to the streets with you people, what you gonna do?
Well, I did answer the question already, you know.
Yeah, but I'm asking a different way now.
I said to you that generally, when the issues becomes overbearing,
Yes.
we, the owners and operators, we tend to act. We don't wait on those executives. He tends to act. And I mentioned 2023, when our license were being threatened, we tend to act, and we withdrew our service despite what those so-called representatives were saying. And I'm saying to you that that is the same feeling I'm getting now.
Okay.
Regarding the fear and the gas that keeps going up. If the members don't feel like they're getting justice regarding their fears, my gut feeling is that there will be an what do you call it now, unrest.
Wow. All over the country?
Sir Jeffrey.
Yes.
I'm saying to you that if the members don't get a fair increase, it's highly possible that there is a withdrawal of service, which is disruption.
And I'm asking you,
it's not something that we want.
Okay.
It's not something that we want, because we really want this thing to resolve amicably. But nevertheless, you cannot ask a man to go to work for nothing, and that's where it is right now. But we have struggled to maintain our business.
And I'm asking you, though, curious, are you? Is it that this withdrawal of services will be all over Jamaica in the 14 parishes?
Well, the fear concerns is a concern that's spread across the island.
Yes.
So, 2023, you know, the concerns regarding driver's license was the concern looking first. And we got activity right across all 14 parishes. So, as I said, we don't amicable, but you know, we have to defend our business, our business interests. We feel like the government is dealing with us unfair, because when we compare with the JUTC, we are getting a subsidy.
Yes.
And we are facing the full blunt of the gas and the parts that keep going up. Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you, curious. Go ahead, I'm hearing you.
Yes, so that is the situation. And remember now that the government did promise this increase for about 3 years now and defer.
Well, I will hold my breath on this minister, you know, because this minister have a way of dancing around things. Let us see if that's going to happen. But curious, have you all withdrawn your service to what is going on in the public transport sector, where police officers are beating other taxi drivers? What's your take on that?
Well, we don't support that kind of thing at all. And we ask that the authorities look into it and ensure that those kind of bad treatment towards our members stop.
We're speaking to a member of the public transport sector, my good friend, Curious. Thanks for coming on, my friend.
Sir Jeffrey,
Yeah, go ahead.
I must say respect to you and thank you, yeah?
Yeah, man, your respect, man. Respect, no problem. Respect to you too.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. That's my good friend, Sir Curious. Let me see if I can get a hold of my other good friend who is a part of the public transport sector, who always speaks truth to power. For those who are watching us from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean, this is Make We Talk. We're standing by to join Garden House for a live coverage of the sectorial debate with Minister of Transportation Daryl Vaz will be the first speaker, along with opposition spokesperson on social transformation, Dr.the Hon. Brown-Burke. She will be coming on this evening also. We were just speaking to Curious about what is his take on the whole public transport sector issue. I want to say good afternoon to Attorney at Law, my good friend, Sir Christopher Henry, who I know may be watching us. Henry, good afternoon, Sir Henry. I know Lady James, the wife of the late Godfrey James, will be in the Parliament this afternoon. She'll be sitting up in the Parliament to see if they're going to get a fair increase from Daryl Vaz. Let me get a hold of somebody else to see if he will come on and speak to us, his take on the whole issue of they getting a fair increase. Let's see if we can get a hold of him. If not, then that's okay. I'm going to ask him if he can do it. I don't like to call people on the spot, but I have to do it. See if I can get a hold of him to get his take on the whole issue of the public transport sector. Will they get a fair increase this evening? I want to say good afternoon to those in the chat room. All the students in the chat room, good afternoon to you. I was hoping I could get through to Edgerton Newman, but I don't think I can because he's already in Parliament to listen to the presentation of the Minister of Transportation, the Honorable Daryl Vaz. Good afternoon, Sir Hessin. You're live on air. Your take on the whole issue of the Minister this evening speaking in Parliament. You think all we get a fair increase, sir?
This is my view.
Yes.
We're not getting nothing.
Why are you saying that?
The minister is not going to raise no fear or nothing. The minister is just going to tell you things about the JUTC. He's not going to talk nothing about the private transportation. That is my view.
Okay. So, Mr. Hessin, I know that is your views. If that doesn't happen, do you think that the public transport sector members will take industrial action or withdraw their services?
Oh no, I believe we can go to the bargain table and hear what him up is mine. You understand? If it's not satisfied, then we have our rights to take it to the road. You understand? Remember, we supposed to get 16% balance over 3 years ago.
Yes.
Plus now, the gas and everything gone up sky high. So it's just justified for the PPV private sector, in the PPV sector, get a reasonable increase. You understand?
Yes.
People are going to say that, oh, we this and that, but people don't understand. Every week gas go up, every week tire, everything go up. So we are the private transportation sector bear all these burdens for years. Years. So I think our bag is empty now.
Yes.
Understand?
Yes.
So the minister have to come with something makes sense to come and say something to us.
And you think that's going to happen, Mr. Hessin? You don't think it's going to happen at all, Mr. Hessin?
No, to all the minister sometime talk, we cannot expect nothing from him. You know, sometimes some government, the only time them hear you are when you take it to the street. When you take it to the street, everybody hear, but if not, but let us look and see what him out, because him supposed to on here. Him supposed to doing him speech now.
No, actually, we're standing by to join the live feed. It hasn't started as yet.
Okay, so let us sit and look and see what is it,
I thought you've been in the parliament with Edgerton Newman and others.
Parliament. Well, I know who is there, I don't know.
But I thought you would be there too.
Why? if me in my bed, if me in my bed, I can hear everything. Okay? If I'm on the street like what I am now, I still can't hear. So why go in parliament? Will you disappoint?
Yes.
Disappointment is too much. So.
But because last year, Mr. Hessen, the minister didn't speak anything about the public transport sector last year at all.
He never remember it.
Then suppose this year it happen again.
That is not surprising to me. As I said, all of this is my thoughts. It's all me feel.
Yes. All right. My good friend Steve Hessen there speaking to us about the public transport sector and his views that the minister will not give the 16% fare increase to the public transport sector. We're standing by to join Garden House, where Minister Daryl Vaz will be speaking in the parliament. So Hessen, thank you very much for coming on.
Okay, boss.
Thank you. That's my good friend there, Steve Hessen from the public transport sector. I don't know if I should call some other people who I think may come on. I was thinking about calling Sir Aldo, but I don't know if he will come on to speak to us, so let me not pressure myself too much. But members of the public transport sector is anticipating a fare increase this evening from Minister Daryl Vaz. I am being told that President Edgerton Newman is in the parliament along with Sir Louis Barton and others. Of course, Lady James is in the parliament also, and other members of the public transport sector. Daryl Vaz will be the first speaker. The second speaker will be Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. You know that Dr. Angela Brown-Burke and the Speaker of the House had some issues a couple days ago, maybe a week ago, pertaining to her lifting the maze in the parliament. So let us see what's going to happen in the parliament this evening. It's now 2:32 in Jamaica. The parliament was to start from 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock Jamaica time. It hasn't started yet. We're still standing by. We're seeing something coming into us from the parliament, but not really the parliament as such. Some commercial coming over on their network as we stand by to join them. Will Jamaicans get a fare? Will Jamaicans hear about a fare increase with the bus and taxi operators this evening? Will there be one? We don't know. Will the members of the public transport sector this afternoon get their heart desire? Or will they not hear anything from the minister like last year? In his presentation, they said his presentation a bit too long and he did not speak too much about the public transport sector. He promised he'd come back and speak. He did not. So let us see if this is going to happen this afternoon. It is now 3:33 here in South Florida. We're coming to you live from the studios of the Make We Talk program. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. We are standing by to join a live feed from Garden House, where the sitting of the Parliament and the sectorial debate of 2026. The presenters are Daryl Vaz, Minister of Transportation, and also the Honorable Angela Brown-Burke. She is the opposition spokesperson on social transformation. She will be she will be speaking in the Parliament. And as I said before, we're standing to see what's going to happen in the Parliament this afternoon between Dr. Angela Brown-Burke and the Speaker. You know, they suspended her from the Parliament, the last sitting of the Parliament. Will she have to get up and do a public apology? We don't know, but let us see what's going to happen. The Parliament was to start already. It hasn't started yet. as we stand by to join them. Let me see if I can get a hold of somebody else who will speak to us about the public transport sector. I spoke to Steve Hessin. I spoke to Curious. Let me see if I can get a hold of Reverend the Honorable Oscar Finnegan. Let me take a quick commercial break here. We will be right back.
Eternal and sovereign God, we come before you today. The God of righteousness, the God of justice, the God of peace, we come today, oh God, in no other name but the name of Jesus Christ. We come, Lord, putting our Jamaica land we love in your hands. Almighty God, it is your word that says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then and only then you will hear from heaven and heal our land. And Almighty God, without a vision, the people perish. And so today, Lord, we come because Jamaica is way down.
Good afternoon, caller. Welcome to the program. You're live.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You're live.
Yes, Jeffrey. Continue to, do your civic duty in stimulating discussion and current affairs. And yes. The main idea today is, will the taxi operators get an increase? I believe they might. I think it's high time they get something substantial. But I think the working poor still need a substantial increase in the minimum wage right now. In spite of what the Prime Minister declared the last time. In light of what's taking place right now globally, yes, we have an artificial inflation now because of the crisis in the Middle East, and I think the government should do something to offset these hidden expenses that the working poor now faces. So, Jeffrey, I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Will the opposition spokesperson on transportation make his contribution?
Yes, but not today. Not today. I think I'm going to speak to him. I think sometime next week or sometime this week. I don't know. Maybe this week. The Honorable Michael Phillips will be giving his presentation as the opposition spokesperson on transportation. I'm the member of Parliament for I think it was East Manchester. I don't remember where he is, but he will give his presentation pretty soon as the minister gives his own.
I hope you carry that live, Jeffrey.
I will.
I'll be looking out for that rebuttal,
I will.
Yeah, so I'll be in the listening audience, and I'll be listening to
let me say this. From I can do it, I will do it. If I don't have anything to do that concern me personally, then I have to be on the road. Right now I'm at work.
Understandable, Jeff.
Right now I'm at work, and I'm not supposed to be doing this at work, but I do it. Hopefully I don't get...
If it's even a delayed
broadcast,
our segment or the reporters, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, man, you will.
So I'm in the reading audience listening to the program.
All right, man. Thanks much. Same to you.
All right.
Okay. We are standing by to join Garden House for the presentation, the sectorial presentation by Minister Daryl Vaz and also Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. Will the members of the public transport sector get a fair increase this afternoon? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know if he will give his presentation. I have gotten a copy of the minister's speech, but let me not say anything. I don't want to get myself in any trouble. I have a copy of the minister's speech in front of me here, but let me not say anything at all. Based on what I am seeing here, let me not say anything. Let the minister give his presentation before I get myself in any trouble, because it was supposed to give to me before the minister's speech when I got it. So we're standing by this afternoon now. It is now 3:39, 2:39 in Jamaica. The Parliament is supposed to start at 2 o'clock. It is now 2:39. Our time, 3:39 here. As we stand by to join Garden House. We stand by to join Garden House. Let us see what's going to happen. Dr. Angela Brown-Burke will be speaking after Daryl Vaz, I was told. What's going to happen in the Parliament before Dr. Angela Brown-Burke speak? Will the Speaker allow her to speak? Will she have to apologize to the House of Parliament for picking up the maize? We don't know. But this is what's going to happen as we stand by to join them. We don't know if that's going to happen, if there's going to be a apology given by Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. Let me look over here and see what is going on. It hasn't started yet. As we stand by to join Garden House, George William Garden House. We're standing by for the sitting of the House of Representatives live from Garden House in Kingston, Jamaica. Many of us are saying that Dr. Angela Brown-Burke mustn't apologize. I reserve my comment. I will not say anything pertaining to that. I reserve my comment. And I will not say anything pertaining to the fare increase for the bus and taxi operators. I have a copy of the speech here with me, but I will not go beyond or go before the minister give his presentation. That is what good journalism is. We will not do that. No one will put this media house in any disrepute by putting out anything before the sitting minister of government, regardless of what party the person is from. We just have to be very careful in what we do. So good afternoon to all those in the chat room. Good afternoon to the students in the chat room. Like up the live feed, and share the live feed as we stand by to join the People's Parliament over there in Kingston City, Jamaica. Good afternoon to everyone in the chat room. Sharon Clark, good afternoon to you. Jamaica Speak, Study, good afternoon to the world. Good afternoon to you. Many people are saying that the public transport sector don't deserve a fare increase. I personally think they do deserve one. They do deserve one, but will they get it? Will they get the fare increase that they deserve? We're standing by to join Garden House for the live presentation by Minister Daryl Vaz and Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. Thanks for coming on. Share up the live feed. Maybe I should put Jamaica Speak to be one of the moderators in this program. Who knows? I don't know how they do it. I've not asked my behind the scene person who always do these things for me to put Jamaica Speak as one of the moderators of the Make We Talk program. It is now 3:43 as we stand by to join the People's Parliament in Kingston City, Jamaica. The sitting of the House of Representatives live from George William Garden House. And here we go. We go live to them now. There's a live feed coming into us. We go live to them now. Here we go. Stand by as we bring in the audio. Stand by. Here we go.
Humbly beseech thee, to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fare always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
You may be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. I wish to sincerely welcome all members to the sitting of the Honorable House of Representatives for today, Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. Today we continue the sectorial debate in addition to the usual business of the House. I need not remind members that we are expected to uphold the standards of the House as set out in the standing orders, which will be enforced by this chair. I take this opportunity to extend welcome to all members of the Honorable House, the members of the media, or visitors in the gallery, and to the many Jamaicans joining us online and through the various broadcasting platforms. For the record, Clerk, I'm going to ask that you do call of the roll before I continue with my opening statement. Call of the roll.
Mr. Clark. Here. Mr. Green. Present. Dr. Holness. Dr. Chang. Mrs. Williams. Mr. Bartlett. Ms. Grange. Dr. Tufton. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Montague. Here. Mr. Vaz. Mr. Chuck. Present. Mr. Charles Jr. Mr. Morgan. Here. Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Seabright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Birchall, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Golding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, and Mr. Wilmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, before we proceed with the business of the House, I wish to address the events which occurred during last Tuesday's sitting. I do so not to prolong controversy, but because some moments require more than silence. They require reflection, they require correction, and they require us as members of this honorable House to remind ourselves, and indeed the country, of the standards by which Parliament must conduct itself. Last Tuesday, during the committee stage of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill, the Honourable Member of St. Andrews South West removed the mace from its place in this chamber. The member was named under the standing orders, ordered to withdraw, and the House took a decision in relation to her suspension for the remainder of the sitting. Thereafter, the Leader of Opposition and other members of the opposition engaged in a standing protest and chants in open defiance of the authority of the Chair and the order of the House. The record will speak for itself, but I must speak to what the moment means, because what occurred was not simply a breach of order by one member. It was a wider challenge to the authority of the Chair and the orderly conduct of the House. The mace is not a decoration. It is not a prop. It is not an object to be used in protest. It is the symbol of the authority of this House. It represents the authority under which we meet, debate, disagree, vote, and make laws on behalf of the people of Jamaica. So when the mace is interfered with, the issue is not simply about an object being moved. The issue is whether the authority of the House itself is to be respected. That is why this moment cannot be reduced to political theater. It is not about government or opposition. It is about whether this Parliament, which belongs to the Jamaican people, will be allowed to conduct the people's business with order, dignity, and respect. Members, values and attitudes matter. Only today, many of us participated in Read Across Jamaica Day. We went into schools, read to children, encouraged them to learn, to listen, to reason, to respect themselves and others, and to become responsible citizens. What then is the example we set for those same children when we look at the parliament of their country? If a student believes that a teacher has been unfair, do we encourage that student to disregard the teacher, disrupt the class, seize what does not belong to them, and refuse to follow instructions? Or do we teach the student that there are proper avenues to raise concerns, challenge a decision, and seek redress? Of course, members of this House are not regarded as students, but the same principle applies here. A member may disagree with the chair. A member may disagree with her ruling or even believe that the process is unfair. But the answer cannot be disorder, defiance, or contempt for the institution. The standing orders itself provides the avenues by which members may raise objections, seek clarification, challenge procedures, move amendments, divide the House, and place their disagreement on the record. Those rules exist not to silence members, but to protect every member, including those in the minority. Order is not the enemy of democracy. Order is what makes democracy possible. That is true in this House, and it is true in ordinary life. In any meeting, whether it be board, citizens association, church, committee, a school body, or a community organization, there must be a chair. There must be an agenda. There must be rules. There must be order. If every person decides that they will only follow the rules when they agree with the chair, then no meeting can function. No business may be completed and no decision can be trusted. The same is true in this chamber, but with far greater consequence. The rules of this House were not created for the convenience of any one speaker, any one government, or any one opposition. They are a part of a long parliamentary tradition shared across Commonwealth jurisdictions and reflected in the standing orders under which we all serve. Members may wish to modernize them. Members may wish to review them. That is their right. But until they are changed by proper process, they bind us all. Many parliaments across the Commonwealth, including republics, continue to use the maize or similar types of symbols to mark the authority of the legislature. The point is not whether Jamaica is a monarchy or a republic. The point is that every parliament must have a symbol, rules, and practices that mark the seriousness of the work being done. To ridicule those symbols while benefiting from the authority they represent is neither principled or helpful. I am particularly mindful of the sentiment expressed by some that an indigenous object which reflects and gives expression to our Jamaican identity is desirable. That process, however, requires constitutional reform and consensus. But let me hasten to point out, the events of last week were not merely about symbolism. At the center of our focus should be whether we are prepared to conduct ourselves with discipline and regard for rules. We, as a parliament, cannot promote indiscipline, misconduct, and then require discipline of Jamaicans from all walks of life, including our children.
You're a hypocrite.
However, some have sought to turn the issue into one concerning the maize and other colonial past. Regarding that narrative, I will state briefly. Public records will reflect that during the life of the last parliament, the executive arm of the state had moved to adjust the constitutional requirements and arrangements, but required consistency and consensus with the opposition. That wasn't achieved. Hence, the process has not advanced. I am of the view that the majority of members of both sides of the House conduct themselves appropriately and with discipline. The majority. However, I note attempts by a few to subject the office of the Speaker of the House to ridicule and to be generally undisciplined. I note attempts by few to subject the office of Speaker in the past and more so in the present to constant indiscipline. In the spirit of proceeding with the business of the House, I have many times in the past ignored personal disrespect from a few members of the opposition, including derogatory, subtle references, slurs, and disrespectful posturing. However, let me clearly indicate today that my resolve to ensure discipline prevails in the House of Representatives is unshaken and will never be deterred. I will not be discouraged by any public sentiment, any public commentary, or personal attack from ensuring that a legacy of discipline prevails in the Parliament of Jamaica. With that being said, let me also say this clearly. The primary focus should not be on the occupant of the chair. Speakers will come and speakers will go. Governments will change. Oppositions will change. Members will come and members will go. But the authority of the House must remain. When the chair gives a direction, it's not a personal request. It is a direction issued under the authority of the House. If the authority is disregarded, the institution is weakened. It is repeatedly tested and no consequence follows. And when that is done, disorder becomes normalized. This was not the first occasion on which the conduct of this nature has tested the authority of the chair by the same member. On or around March 5th, 2026, the member rose from her seat and boisterously declared that you want me to behave like a virago, me I go behave like a virago, end quote. Restraint was exercised in the hope that the matter would not be repeated. No action was taken. But restraint must never be mistaken for permission. Patience must never be mistaken for weakness. And silence must never be mistaken for acceptance. The conduct displayed last Tuesday was absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable by the member, the leader of the opposition who led the stand-up, and the opposition. It was unacceptable not because of who occupied the chair, but because of what the chair represents. It is unacceptable because it undermines the very order of the House, the dignity of the parliamentary proceedings, and the respect due to the institution through which the people's business is conducted. Members, robust opposition is not only permitted in the chamber, it is actually necessary. Debate must be vigorous. Scrutiny must be serious. The minority must, yes, be heard. But dissent does not become stronger when it becomes disorderly. It becomes weaker because it abandons the very rules that protect the respect to dissent. No member is above those rules. No grievance places a member above the authority of the House. No political disagreement justifies conduct that teaches the country, and especially our children, that bad behavior is acceptable once a person believes their cause is right. That is not the standard. I am asking members to respect the chair, respect the standing orders, observe them. Members who disagree with rulings or with process must use the proper parliamentary avenues available to them. To the people of Jamaica, I say, you are entitled to expect better from this House. You are entitled to expect members to disagree without degrading the institution. You're entitled to expect passion without disorder, protest without contempt, and leadership without spectacle. The Parliament belongs to you. Its dignity is your dignity. Its authority exists to serve you. And when the authority is treated casually, the injury is not to the Speaker alone. The injury is to the institution and to the people in whose name we sit. Each of us must therefore decide what example are we setting and what do we leave. We can leave behind a parliament weakened by disorder, spectacle, and disregard for authority. Or we can leave behind a parliament strengthened by discipline, restraint, respect for the rules, and make democracy a possibility for Jamaica for all future to come. I choose the latter. I invite every member of this House to do the very same. House Leader.
My mic is on. Yeah.
She needs to apologize to the people of this country.
Following the rules and order of the House, I heard you. I have made an opening statement. Many in the public do not understand the procedures in Parliament because we misrepresent those procedures. On our agenda next is the House Leader. He speaks next. That is the order of the House.
Madam Speaker, we will move straight to public business where we will continue the sectorial debates today. We expect to have two contributions from the Minister of Transport, Telecommunications and Energy, the Member of Parliament for Portland Western, the Hon.Daryl Vaz, and a contribution from the Member of Parliament for St. Andrews Southwestern, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke. Could we go straight to public business? We will recommit the other matters on the agenda after, when we suspend the sectorial debate.
Now you all see the disrespect. Now you all see the disrespect that's going on in this Parliament. She made a presentation. She walked out of the Parliament when the opposition speak. The opposition House Leader get up to speak.
The question is that we suspend the item on the standing order and go directly to public business. The question to the floor.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the Speaker.
There's a question on the floor first. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Public business.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker earlier made a very substantive statement, and I think it does require the kind of reflection that she has indicated. Madam, Mr. Speaker, a point of order.
Point of order. The Speaker makes a statement. Then none of us can respond to a ruling or statement. You don't. You are here long enough. You know better than that. Not because you're getting whole and crippled. You know better than that. You. No. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker made a ruling, she spoke. None of us can respond to what the Speaker says. You find some other agenda item to say. Fitz, shut your mouth. You know you're talking nonsense. You know better than that. Mr. Speaker, that said, she made a statement. The member knows better than that. You can't respond to the Speaker's statement. There's another. You can find an item to respond, but you can't respond to a Speaker's statement. You cannot.
She has disrespected the people of this country and the Parliament of Jamaica. And she has not apologized to the people of this country either.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, the member from Portland Western is ready for us to proceed to the sectorial. Yeah, but there.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me just start by saying that nothing is going to spoil my presentation this afternoon. Permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Permission to speak
My apologies.
from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted, Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said before, I won't allow anybody or anything to spoil my presentation of substance this afternoon. Madam Speaker, first of all, before I start, let me just say how saddened I am on learning of the passing of my colleague, Member of Parliament, Minister, and Deputy Treasurer of the Jamaica Labour Party, Mr. Leslie Campbell. On behalf of my family and myself, I wish to pay condolences to his family, entire family. I'm sure that he will be dealt with according to House rules. I rise today in this honorable House with gratitude and a deep sense of responsibility as we chart the path forward for the critical sectors under my portfolio: energy, transport, and telecommunications. These sectors are the backbone of our national development, driving innovation, strengthening connectivity, and improving efficiency in service to the people of Jamaica. Before I begin, I pause to acknowledge those whose support make this possible for me. I want to thank the Almighty for the strength to serve the people of Jamaica. To my dear and awesome wife, Anne-Marie, my children, 5 grandchildren and climbing, family, and friends, your unwavering support fuels my commitment to public service. I thank you for your patience, your sacrifices, and your constant encouragement. To the leadership and dedicated staff of the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, your expertise, professionalism, and hard work form the foundation of the ministry's progress. I extend a special welcome to the new Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Kadisha Campbell-Rochester, and thank her, along with the senior managers, technical teams, and administrative staff for your continued service to nation. I also acknowledge former Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Carol Palmer, who I worked with from 2020, and thank her for her steadfast leadership prior to her retirement in December 2025. Madam Speaker, I remain deeply appreciative of our board members and advisors whose insight and guidance continue to shape the policies and achievements of the ministry that I will outline today. To my CPOs, I thank you always for your steadfast support, which allows me to effectively balance my ministerial duties and my role as Member of Parliament. I'm grateful not only to you, but to your families for the sacrifices that you make. To the staff across all agencies, departments under this ministry, you are the driving force behind implementation and success of all that we have accomplished in the last financial year. Whether in offices, telecommunication networks, or transport hubs, your contributions are vital and deeply valued. To the people of West Portland, who have entrusted me with the privilege of representation over the last many years, I remain committed to your development and well-being. Your voices continue to guide my work, and I thank you for your confidence. Many of them are here and have been here every year since 2007. So I can, Madam Speaker, say that I am definitely a senior, as I first came here in 2007, returned in 2008 after a by-election, 11, 2016, 2020, 2025. I would expect at least an acknowledgement. When I look across, just right in front of me, not too far, in this very, I see people who have gone all around Jamaica and have jumped from seat to seat and gone from east to west. Thank goodness that's not me. As I proceed today with today's sectoral presentation, let us remain focused on the task ahead, advancing policies and initiatives that will strengthen our economy, improve our service delivery, and transform lives, particularly in these turbulent and uncertain times. Resilience in action. Extreme times require extreme actions and extreme responses. With the leadership of the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Vaz, I am more than confident that Jamaica will continue to prosper despite the setbacks of COVID, Beryl, and Melissa. Madam Speaker, the true measure of leadership is not how we govern in moments of calm, but how we act amid uncertainty and competing demands of crisis. As Minister of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, I remain committed to a model of leadership that requires careful balance between the welfare of our people, the rigors of good governance, and the realities of political stability in making decisive actions, even in the face of criticism. Extreme times require extreme actions and responses. Throughout the fiscal year, the key sectors under my portfolio, energy, transport, and telecommunications, have continued to advance despite the global and domestic uncertainties. Indeed, these gains have not been achieved in the absence of uncertainty, but with hard work by the civil servants within my ministry. I will begin with the energy sector, which continues to be profoundly impacted by the current geopolitical climate. And I will also respond to my colleague, Member of Parliament, Opposition Spokesperson. Madam Speaker, as I rise to outline the achievements of the ministry and its agencies, take the opportunity to update the Honourable House and the country on the energy portfolio for financial year 25-26. It is important to situate Jamaica's progress within the context of a rapidly evolving and increasingly uncertain global energy landscape. Jamaica continues to experience sustained increases in fuel prices, driven by upward movements in the U.S. Gulf Coast benchmark, the primary reference for refined petroleum products across the region. Madam Speaker, even as we respond to these immediate pressures, we must remain focused on the long-term solution. A global energy transition is underway. It underscores the urgency for countries like Jamaica to strengthen energy security, diversify energy sources, and accelerate the shift towards sustainable, affordable, and reliable energy for all. Madam Speaker, Jamaica continues to advance its oil and gas exploration program by United Oil and Gas as part of a broader strategy to strengthen energy security and diversify our energy mix. While the contract was signed in 2014 under the previous administration, it is important to note that detailed execution, stakeholder alignment, and ultimate progress has occurred from 2016 to present. Multiple surveys and new findings, challenges presented by COVID and a downturn in global oil and gas exploration caused severe delays to the project. But I can ultimately say the most recent preliminary findings are positive. United Oil and Gas continues its search for partners in the license to move to the next phase of the operation, which will be drilling a well. Madam Speaker, just in layman's term, if you allow me, it is usually between 10 and 30% probability for successfully finding oil or gas. You start out at 10% probability, 90%. You move from 10 to 30. 30 pretty much is the highest that you would go in relation to saying that you have the best probability of finding gas and oil. I'm happy to say that we started at 10% in 2016, and with the recent surveys, we would have reached 30%, which would mean that we will have interested parties to partner with United Oil and Gas, hopefully in due course. So I remain hopeful and cautiously optimistic. Let me put it no further than that. So further to developments in April this year, the latest updates from the ongoing exploration activities continue to support a cautiously optimistic outlook, while underscoring the need for careful, evidence-based progression at each phase of the process. The government remains measured in its approach, recognizing that any discovery would require significant investment, probably 60 to 80 million US to drill one well, and we would have 14. Rigorous environmental safeguards and a clear regulatory framework to guide development. Importantly, this initiative is being pursued in a balanced manner, ensuring that exploration efforts align with Jamaica's national commitment to environmental protection. Madam Speaker, the Generation Procurement Entity has launched the largest renewable tender ever undertaken in the Caribbean, initially comprising of 220 megawatts of renewables, paired with 110 megawatts of battery storage. Madam Speaker, building on a strong market interest and the Government of Jamaica's commitment to accelerating the energy transition, this has now increased this number to 300 megawatts of renewable energy and 150 megawatts of battery storage, with the tender scheduled for August 2026. This builds on the 100 megawatts of solar capacity awarded in 2024, bringing total renewable additions to 400 megawatts. Taken together, these investments represent a decisive step toward enhancing energy security, reducing exposure to global oil price volatility, and advancing Jamaica's transition to a more resilient, sustainable, and diversified energy mix. In parallel, the government is advancing an additional 100 megawatts of distributed renewable energy through a strengthened net billing program, empowering households and businesses to generate their own electricity. The net billing program terms of reference has been completed and is being modernized through the introduction of a fully online application platform expected to be operational later this year. This platform will support the acceleration of net billing. Additionally, discussions have started with the Jamaica Public Service to increase the net billing threshold and to incorporate battery storage into the program. The ministry is also reviewing license fees and system capacity limits of 10 kilowatts for residential and 100 megawatts for commercial systems with mandated battery storage, including the integration of battery storage to better support modern energy needs such as electric vehicle charging. Jamaica currently generates about 15% of its electricity from renewable sources. Ongoing and planned projects are expected to add roughly 35 percentage points, helping the country reach its 50% renewable energy targets by 2030, not only in Jamaica, but also the Caribbean. So, Madam Speaker, let me just remind you that it was originally 30% by 2030, and the Prime Minister in a meeting gave a directive that we must move it from 30 to 50, which is a very ambitious target, but of course he has the right minister to get it done. Madam Speaker, structural reforms are advancing in parallel. The power wheeling regulations have been completed and gazetted, with final discussions underway to settle the tariffs and billing arrangements, so implementation can begin shortly. This will allow more participants to access trade electricity across the grid. At the same time, the updated national energy policy, along with the supporting action plan and sub-policy, is being finalized for submission to Cabinet. I'm happy to say that I signed that submission today before coming to Parliament. This policy sets a clear pathway towards a modern energy system that is secure, reliable, affordable, and sustainable. It addresses key national priorities, including expanding access to the remaining 5% of Jamaicans without electricity, improving system efficiency, maintaining affordability, and strengthening resilience to natural disasters. In practical terms, Madam Speaker, this is about building an energy system that works for the Jamaican people, one that reduces cost over time, supports economic growth, and protects us from external shocks. Madam Speaker, on restoration, the response to Hurricane Melissa stands as a strong example of national resilience. With the support of 18 Carolec partners, Jamaica restored electricity to 98% of its customers within 3.5 months, improving to 99.6 as of April 20th, 2026. Full restoration is on track for April, except in cases where customers cannot yet safely receive power. Madam Speaker, this program did not happen by chance. The $150 million loan approved in December was critical in accelerating recovery and avoiding a scenario where restoration could have stretched into late 2026 or even early 2027. Madam Speaker, there has been a lot of flip-flops surrounding the speed and accountability. I went back to the Hansard to remind this Honorable House of what the leader of the opposition said in November 2025 in regards to the JPS loan. Here is what he said from Hansard. I would like your assurance, Minister, that the $200 million will be coughed up by JPS, perhaps by its two large overseas shareholders, Maribor and East West Power, Korean government, South Korean government, owned large utility, or JPS is going to draw down on whatever funding it can raise from its creditors. I don't know how they plan to fund it, but we need to know it's funded before we put in our $150 million in. Madam Speaker, he went on to state that it's a risk we are not prepared to take as a country. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, the results of September 3rd installed a government that knows how to dance in the rain. A government capable of assessing risk and responsibility. Those are his words, Madam Speaker. The other member of the opposition, including the member from St. Catherine Southeastern, in a statement filled with more flaws than ours, said we should measure opportunity cost of fast-tracking the restoration by providing a loan to the JPS.
Minister, hold a moment, please. Leader of the opposition, quick question. Are you standing on a point of order. All right. Opposition leader, you know our practice in respect of point of order. I am going to allow you to go ahead. I'm going to recirculate what really is a point of order. Opposition leader, I am sure you appreciate with the discipline that we would like to instill going forward from both sides of the House, that between points of order and what we normally treat as a point, I can actually have this discussion when somebody on the government side rise to their feet. You know, it really doesn't matter who is on their feet. So it has nothing to do with the opposition leader. All right? It is a general statement for us in the parliament. So a lot of what we call point of orders are actually interruptions because of other reasons, clarification, disagreement. Points of orders are not to be used in that way. And therefore, when you stand on the basis that we usually use, it is only if the member chooses to sit and allow you to continue that you continue. It is not the speaker, opposition leader, it is not the speaker who gives you the authority to do so. Only on genuine points of order does the speaker or the chair gives authority. And for those who are grumbling in the House who refuse to learn, for those grumbling in the House who refuse to learn, I have no challenge because I will continue to apply the rules and the standing orders. So, thanks for your patience, opposition leader. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. The Minister has selectively quoted an excerpt from Hansard which, to make a point, which is misleading the House. Those comments that I made were in the context of his own representation to the House, that the necessary financing to fix the problems that the hurricane had caused on the grid was $350 million US. And my point simply was, if it's $350 million US, how are you going to finance that? To draw down on a portion of it, which was inadequate to do the job, was imprudent. That's the point I made. And to put it in any other way is misleading the House.
Clock.
Your mic was not on, Minister. Hold on a moment, Minister.
This is a point of order on which I rise. If the member will yield. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition rose on a point of order. What is your ruling, Madam Speaker?
Well, you know already, Prime Minister, this is not a point of order.
What order of the House of debate was breached?
No.
If the Leader of the Opposition continues
the House is not
to
a point
use
of order.
the point of order to disrupt debates, Madam Speaker, that is an abuse of the rules of the House. So, Madam Speaker, I ask you to rule on whether or not the point raised by the Leader of the Opposition breached any rules of debate in the House.
No, it does not, Prime Minister. So members who are grumbling prior, the reason I made sure to state this is exactly that. Please read Standing Order 34. Minister, I apologize for breaking your stride in your presentation. Minister, I'm asking you to sit because Minister, I'm asking you to sit. You will get your time. We'll go into that next, Member Campbell, so we can go down that road after. So, Standing Orders 34 speak to interruptions. Interruptions subject to the provision of Standing Orders 26, 38, and 39, which speaks to privilege motion, closure of debate, and previous questions. A member shall not interrupt another member except And this is the challenge that we have been having. Persons believe that you can interrupt, that you can shout, cheer, 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 and you must be heard. Persons believe that you can speak without your mic being turned off. You are not based on the standing orders, not based on what accords across the Commonwealth. Some members, it says except by raising a point of order, which is what we use, whereupon the member speaking, for those who choose not to listen, respectfully, I am asking you to at least allow those who would like to hear to do so. Subject to the provision, a member shall not interrupt another member except by rising to a point of order, whereupon the member speaking shall resume his seat, and the member interrupting shall simply direct attention to the point of order which he desires to bring to notice. No, what we do, we actually make a statement that the person mislead, and then we go and have a debate about what they have misrepresented. That has been our practice. So it's not what was done by our opposition leader. Members, could I finish? To the point which he desires to bring to notice and submit it to the Speaker or Chair for a decision or breach of rules. Now, another interruption can be done. It is not a point of order. This interruption is to elucidate some matter raised by the member in the course of a speech. Elucidate, which is, if you're asking, could you explain, because I'm not understanding. But only if the member, for those on the opposition benches who refuse to listen, I hope it is appreciated when the standing orders are followed, that it is the standing orders that rule the House. So if you do not understand the rules, I will not continue to argue. Members, to elucidate some matter raised by that member in the course of his speech, but only if the member speaking is willing to yield. So our practice of just point of order, and then we use it as a mechanism to break the stride of someone speaking, to have them divert from their presentation to give a long soliloquy teaching. It is not supposed to be done by any side. No problem. So until we learn what is a point of order, and you think it is actually very sweet to continue what you are doing, you will know it was not a point of order, and we will get there. Minister, I'm going to give the extra time, Minister, and we continue. No. That was the statement made before. Turn your mic on, please, Minister.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to know that I'll get back the time. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I invite every member here to look at Hansard in relation to that particular day and that particular speech. And what you will get from it is the fact that the $150 million that this government dispersed to JPS through a loan would never have been done if that side was where we are today in government. Absolutely not. And without fear of contradiction, And to add to that, what I just said a while ago, is that what would have really happened is that you would not get restoration until the end of this year into 2027. And it's not me say so, it's JPS who has said so. So again, Madam Speaker, I say that good decision was made by the cabinet of the country. Madam Speaker, other members of the opposition, including the member from St. Catherine Southeastern, in a statement filled with more flaws than ours, said we should measure the opportunity cost instead of fast-tracking the restoration by providing the loan to JPS. I say to the people of Western Jamaica, had we listened to the opposition then, you still would all be out without light and water for several more months to come. On that note, Madam Speaker, the initial JPS timeline for restoration without JPS, without the $150 million loan, was October to December 2026, which has been revised. And let me state for the record, the utility provider estimated that without the loan, restoration to many of the communities that opposition members are complaining about would have been delayed to approximately January to June 2027. I'll soon give you some better details. Madam Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that this government...
Minister, I'm very sorry to be breaking you again, because I made the effort to use the time to explain how point of orders work. Let me again make a formal ruling. A formal ruling. My ruling is no point of order was raised by the leader of the opposition. No point of order was raised by the leader of the opposition. No rule of the House was broken. Now, because we keep having this discussion, and I would like to give the opposition as much latitude as is possible, since we continue to abuse and refuse to obey what is a point of order, I will ask the member to approach the bench so that I can understand what it is that he's being, yes, very much so, which the standing orders permit.
This is the Make We Talk program. We're coming to you live from Garden House. What is going on in Garden House look like, you know, let me not say it. It is creating chaos in the Parliament right now. The Speaker is at loggerhead with the opposition. The opposition is at loggerhead with the Speaker.
You just come, I would like to hear what she said. You just come, make me hear,
Member Smith, a moment of your time, please. Members, in the interest of time, I am going to ask the member. I'm going to ask the member from St. Andrew Northwest to take the chair while I spend some time in discussion with the opposition members. Thank you, members. Please accept my excuse.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me borrow a phrase used by the Prime Minister in his budget presentation. Ain't nobody going to break my stride. None at all. None at all. I notice, Mr. Speaker, how calm I am. It's against my personality. But I know the ploy, and I want to give the people of Jamaica the good information that they are looking for from a good government, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me make it abundantly clear that this government has provided no further funding to JPS outside of the $150 million. And not only has electricity been restored to over 99% of Jamaicans, but critical infrastructure, including water, ATM service, hospitals, and other critical services were restored as well. But it gets better, Madam Speaker. As of this morning, May 5th, the number of customers without power across Jamaica is 1,343. So we are now at 99.81%, Prime Minister. The parish breakdown for remaining customers is Westmoreland, 1,283, St. Elizabeth, 60. Of the remaining customers to be restored, approximately 40%, 538, are not ready to receive power safely due to property-related damage, leaving approximately 805 customers who can receive electricity service still to be restored. Remaining work has been severely impacted by difficult terrain, limited access to remote areas, adverse weather, and challenging ground conditions, which continue to slow the progress. The final phase of restoration will proceed at a measured pace with smaller daily gain. Madam Speaker, JPS restoration performance after a Category 5 Melissa has been nothing short of outstanding. When you benchmark with other utilities, the data shows clearly that JPS's performance is nearly twice as good as its peers in other developing countries, and almost on par with the best-in-class utilities in developed countries with far more resources. Let us step back a moment and compare our post-Melissa experience here in Jamaica with Puerto Rico after they got hit by Category 4, Hurricane Maria in 2017. Puerto Rico, as you know, is a little smaller than Jamaica, but has GDP 7 times of Jamaica and the support of the United States of America. Here in Jamaica, 2 months after we got a direct hit by a Category 5, 90% of JPS customers had electricity. In Puerto Rico, 2 months after it was hit by Hurricane Maria, 40% of their customers had electricity. It took Puerto Rico almost a full year to get electricity back to 99% of their customers after Hurricane Maria. JPS accomplished 99% in 4 months. As the 4-month mark, Puerto Rico was at 57%. Here in Jamaica, we can proudly celebrate that the fact in approximately 6 months after the most devastating hurricane in our record, 99.8% of customers have been restored. As I said, as of today, 1,343 out of almost 700,000 customers are still without power. However, those communities, about 800, are ready to receive supply at this point, and we won't stop until everyone is connected. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to pause to applaud the JPS President Hugh Grant and the entire JPS team for a best-in-class restoration performance, which will be a case study by many countries near and far for decades to come. I thank them on behalf of the entire country, and especially those in the hardest hit parishes. Mr. Speaker, the collaboration between a proactive government and JPS has been nothing short of exceptional. And to those naysayers, I simply say, commitment made, argument done. Madam Speaker, there is no time more important than now to strategically position Petrojam with Jamaica's energy future. As the only operational petroleum refinery in the region, Petrojam is a critical national asset with significant strategic value, not only for Jamaica, but for the wider Caribbean. Its geographic location and refining capability provides a unique opportunity to strengthen energy security while expanding regional influence. For 26-27 financial year, Petrojam is projecting total sales of 12.21 million barrels, with 7.2 million barrels allocated to domestic market and 4.9 for export. This dual role ensures reliable local supply while generating valuable foreign exchange earnings. Very important, Mr. Speaker, for the country to listen to this. Between March 12th and April 8th, transport fuel prices rose by about $49.20 per litre. Only $18 of that was passed on to consumers due to government's pricing cap. The remaining cost was absorbed by Petrojam to cushion households and businesses. Madam Speaker, that is a buffer of about 8.6 million US, approximately 1.3 to 1.4 billion worth of protection that this government has provided for the average Jamaicans during this energy crisis. So Madam Speaker, when the opposition leader rises and tells Jamaican people that gas is cheaper than water, I would urge him to be reminded that 63% of that cost is not being passed on to the consumer. While the buffer is effective, the intervention is costly, with projections reaching as high as $11.8 billion by June 2026, if maintained. As a result, the government is looking carefully at introducing a revised tiered pricing system to better reflect global market challenges while managing price volatility and other areas of concern. Madam Speaker, Petrojam is not standing still. The company is investing 15 million US critical infrastructure upgrades, including electrical improvements, new storage capacity installations, and major furnace rehabilitation to strengthen reliability and long-term performance. Madam Speaker, looking ahead, the government is actively exploring to further optimize Petrojam's role through strategic partnerships, diversification, and potential public-private collaboration. This includes examining cleaner fuel options such as LNG, expanding renewable integration with operations, and aligning with broader climate and sustainability goals. In essence, Madam Speaker, Petrojam is just not a refinery. It's a strategic national asset that must be leveraged wisely to support energy security, economic resilience, and Jamaica's long-term development. Madam Speaker, over the last few years, the ministry has embarked on a program of electricity sector reforms. Recognizing its low capability, the ministry sought and engaged international expertise through the Inter-American Development Bank. In March 25, we engaged the services of Francis Maud Associates to assist with a rigorous analysis and review of the electricity sector, with specific reference to an all-island electricity license and the robust regulation of the sector. This was achieved through funding from the Energy Management and Efficiency Program. Phase 1 was assignment provided a very detailed report outlining a detailed timed plan of action. This report was analyzed and accepted by the ministry and submitted for cabinet decision for the way forward. The position was taken to have a new license, being mindful of citizen welfare and the national interest, specifically lower cost, energy costs to consumers, and a competitive energy price for the industry. The consulting firm was again engaged in November 25 with GOJ funding, and the activities towards an acceptable license continued in earnest. At this point, Cabinet has approved a heads of terms for the new license, which is to be negotiated with JPS subject to the execution of a non-disclosure agreement between the company and GOJ. At the same time, a review of the Electricity Act and the regulatory framework is to be done to give effect to the new license regime. It is to be noted, Mr. Speaker, that as we already outlined, if there can be no agreement with JPS, we will approach the international market to identify a provider. The electricity license negotiation team awaits the signing of the NDA to proceed with the negotiations. At the same time, the process is underway to engage international legal counsel to support the process as the ministry strives to achieve the most efficient and effective process. A white paper for electricity sector reform has been drafted and is now subject to review. Naturally, the white paper will be brought to Parliament as soon as Cabinet approval is obtained. Madam Speaker, obviously, Mr. Speaker, you would understand that in a sensitive time like this with negotiations, I give you an outline, obviously, making sure that it doesn't compromise the negotiations going forward. During the last financial year, the ministry allocated $1 billion, never seen before, to the Jamaica Social Investment Fund under a MOU with the objective of support to energy poverty. This is in addition to the over $200 million allocated to JSIF under the Rural Electrification Program. This is a part of efforts to address non-technical losses and which all members of Parliament are very aware of. Madam Speaker, collectively these investments form part of a broader national strategy to expand equitable access to electricity, address non-technical losses, and improve the quality of life for the vulnerable households, an initiative with which all 63 members of Parliament are very familiar. The National Energy Poverty Reduction and Community Electrification Program, a total portfolio investment of $2.356 billion has been mobilized to support electrification efforts across the island. Key outputs include the wiring of approximately 7,500 households and the establishment of 3,825 grid connections and the construction of some 30 kilometers of pole line infrastructure. Notably, during this financial year alone, over 3,200 houses were wired across both programs, including targeted interventions in disaster-affected communities following Hurricane Melissa. Madam Speaker, for months I sat and listened to members of this House, and by extension Jamaicans at large, being misinformed and misled regarding the reality in the increase in electricity prices. The Member of Parliament from East Kingston and Portfolio quantified the increase as moving from 26 cents to 40 cents, while failing to mention that is largely consequential of the fundamental license restructuring undertaken in 2015-2016 under his leadership and his government. Madam Speaker, these are the facts. The existing license negotiated and implemented by the former minister allowed a significant portion of the electricity system losses to be passed directly onto the hard-working Jamaicans by moving the threshold that previously limited this exposure. Madam Speaker, this decision has increased ratepayers' burden collectively to over 30 billion Jamaican dollars per year, representing approximately 20% of total electricity costs. It also weakened the incentive and accountability of the JPS to effectively contain and reduce system losses. Madam Speaker, the same right of first refusal that he now calls to abolish was in fact introduced by him in 2015. This provision facilitated the non-competitive procurement of over 288 megawatts of thermal generation, along with the floating LNG storage facility. The member is of the view that he can make a mess, leave it behind, and then blame this administration for the suffering it causes the people. I say to the Jamaican people, we know the architect of the current license, but we will get it fixed as committed. In the new license, when combined with rising global fuel prices, these decisions are among the primary drivers of today's elevated electricity costs. Madam Speaker, the implications of the right of first refusal, a legacy of his leadership arrangements, will persist for at least another 15 years, even after the license. Madam Speaker, the comments from the member regarding LED replacement streetlight project are also grossly inaccurate. I must inform the member and the House that this project was completed in April 22. A total of 114,223 high-pressure sodium streetlights were replaced with smart LEDs. Approximately 6,000 are outstanding pending an audit and OUR approval. All new streetlights procured by JPS are smart LED type. Similarly, Madam Speaker, the smart metering provisions of 2016 license must similarly be enforced. This project is 99.7% completed since April 25. 2,000 meters are outstanding due to access issues. A total of 698,000 meters have been replaced with smart meters. Madam Speaker, this sector has shown resilience in action. Madam Speaker, I move to the transport portfolio, which remains the largest portfolio within the ministry, spanning land, maritime, aviation services, and continues to play a central role to Jamaica's economic development and resilience in action. We are advancing the revision of the National Transport Policy and Action Plan to support a modern multimodal system that strengthens infrastructure, improves connectivity, enhances safety and security, and advances sustainability. With the support from the United Nations Development Programme, the updated framework is being finalized for submission to Cabinet as a green paper in this financial year. Road safety remains a national priority, and the National Road Safety Policy is updated to reflect current realities and align with the United Nations Decade of Action for Road Safety 2021 to 30. The updated framework will guide targeted interventions to reduce fatalities and injuries while strengthening coordination across Jamaica. Prior to my assumption of this portfolio, there was no allocation from traffic fines towards road safety efforts. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce the approval of a 5% allocation to the Ministry of Transport of traffic fines, and for last year, April 25 to March 26, $155 million was allotted to the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, which will be used specifically to bolster national road safety efforts, including a sustained campaign, national public relation and education campaign. It works out to about $13 million a month, and some of these funds obviously will go a far way in putting together a public education campaign and behavioral change interventions across the country. Madam Speaker, through sustained partnership among the Transport Authority, the Jamaica JCF, and Island Traffic Authority, island-wide monitoring activities have been sustained. These collaborations continue to improve order and safety within the public transportation system. During the period under review, 1,915 vehicles operated illegally were seized, and 19,413 enforcement actions were carried out against operators. The measures have strengthened compliance, improved order in the sector, and contributed to a record licensing year, reflecting a 3.8% increase over the previous year. Transport Authority implemented several strategic initiatives to improve service quality, strengthen performance management, and enhance order across the sector. And I want to indicate very clearly that the Minister of National Security has been so successful in reducing the murder rate that I'd like to work closely with him to see how we can reduce road fatalities, because that is at an unacceptable high, similar to where crime and murder was in recent years. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate to the House and to the wider Jamaica that now that Melissa has settled down, that this will be one of my areas of focus over the next few months in this financial year. Madam Speaker, ride-hailing services remain a pressing concern for this government as we seek to modernize Jamaica's transport sector and ensure safe, regulated, and accessible mobility for all citizens. I'm pleased to advise that Cabinet has granted approval for the development of the National Ride-Hailing Policy, establishing a foundation for a comprehensive regulatory framework. This framework is necessary to guide the operations of ride-hailing in Jamaica A steering committee has been established to provide oversight and ensure stakeholder engagement throughout the policy development process. Madam Speaker, the next stage is to develop a policy green paper. Work is actively underway to advance the development of this paper to be tabled in Parliament within the next 3 months. This ministry is committed to transparency, and the draft policy will be exposed to public scrutiny, ensuring that all voices of citizens, operators, and stakeholders shape the final framework. The national ride-hailing policy will not only regulate emerging services, but also safeguard the public's interest, promote fair competition, and enhance mobility across the country. I am pleased to say that it is of such urgency that the Minister of Tourism and myself are planning a meeting with stakeholders based on several requests that we have had for a meeting to work to see what can be done in parallel to the policies that government is implementing. But what I can say without fear of contradiction is that there are laws that govern and legislation and regulations that govern the transport sector in Jamaica. And nobody, no matter how big they are, is going to come and undermine that. They either work within the context of that, or we will have to deal with it accordingly. Madam Speaker, I'm aware of the Jamaica Public Passenger Vehicle PPV sector, which is under strain due to rising fuel prices as well as outstanding 60% fare adjustment. Fuel now accounts for 65% of monthly operating expenses, alongside increasing tolls, insurance, and maintenance costs, threatening the sector's sustainability. As I have said before, the issue of the 16% fare adjustment is under continued consideration, bearing in mind the effects on inflation, and of course, as they say, bad luck, every time we are at that point, we either have a hurricane or something to disrupt our economic forecasts and plans. But I give assurance that commitment was made and a commitment will be met. Long-term solutions include fleet modernization through an updated vehicle age policy, incentive for electric and hybrid vehicles, technical and financial training, and improved parking infrastructure. These interventions aim to balance the needs of operators and commuters, ensuring the continued viability of a sector critical to Jamaica's mobility, commerce, and economic resilience. The Island Traffic Authority to continue to play a central role in advancing government's priority for safer roads and improved public service delivery. For the period April 25 to March 16th, generated revenue of $13 billion. You hear that, Minister of Finance? 13.6 billion for the government of Jamaica. As a key regulatory body, the ITA is mandated to administer provisions of the Road Traffic Act through the robust motor vehicle driver management systems, supported by road safety education and data-driven oversight. The authority has also continued to strengthen the regulatory framework governing motor vehicle certification, ensuring that only roadworthy vehicles are permitted to operate on the nation's road. A significant milestone was achieved with the introduction of the e-fitness system on July 21st, 2025. This system has modernized the certification process through the digitization of fitness certificates, eliminating the need for physical documents and enhancing efficiency, transparency, and regulatory compliance. This initiative represents a critical component of the authority's broader digital transformation agenda. These outcomes reflect strengthened compliance and improved operational efficiency, while bolstering public confidence in the regulatory system. Madam Speaker, while road fatalities increased marginally by 2% between 24 and 25, from 365 to 374, preliminary data for 26 is encouraging, indicating a 32% reduction in fatalities to date when compared to the corresponding period last year. Madam Speaker, the authority has expanded its public education initiatives across school, workplaces, and communities, including the learner-driver education, the road safety awareness engagements, over 105, and these are aligned with national policy objectives to reduce road fatalities. Madam Speaker, I'll move on to one that is near and dear to me, but not so much the other side. the Jamaica Urban Transport Company, remains central to public transportation. JUTC made steady progress in modernizing its fleet, improving service delivery, and strengthening governance. A key pillar of this progress is the transition from traditional diesel to cleaner, more cost-effective energy sources, an approach that has helped us cushion the impact of volatile fuel prices while advancing environmental sustainability. Today, JUTC deploys 204 buses powered by alternative energy each day, including 197 compressed natural gas buses and 6 electric buses and 1 range-extended electric vehicle, which combines rechargeable battery technology with diesel capability. Construction of a new natural gas facility at the Spanish Town Depot commenced in June 25 and was successfully commissioned in December 25. Since its commissioning, the facility has been fully operational, playing a critical role in fueling the buses now at 2 locations, Portmore and Spanish Town. Madam Speaker, today marks 1 year since the launch of the pilot of the Rural School Bus Program. And I must state for the record that despite the bad mind and the distasteful political rhetoric that was spread, including the member from Manchester Southern, not one single student has been killed or suffered any serious injuries while commuting on the rural school bus system. Madam Speaker, the rural school bus system has also expanded significantly since the pilot phase in the parish of Portland in May 25, making a significant and transformative policy of this government's commitment to expanding access to safe and reliable school transportation. Following the success of the pilot, the program transitioned to a phased national rollout under the management of the JUTC. Phase 1 has been successfully completed, establishing a strong foundation for continued expansion. To date, 110 rural school buses have been deployed, each selected to accommodate varying routes, conditions, and passenger needs. And the program, still in its early stages, is transporting between 15 and 20,000 students per day. Phase 2 is now underway with plans to introduce 100 new school buses. This expansion will further strengthen the program reach and ensure that more students across Jamaica can benefit. Madam Speaker, compared to 2025, we have seen a 56% reduction in the number of child fatalities from motor vehicle accidents. Madam Speaker, as a rural MP, we have seen time and time again the news stories of deaths of children and the serious injuries they suffer from unsafe and unreliable transport. Colleagues, if we saw 1% reduction, I still would have been the happiest member in this House today. Madam Speaker, members in this House stood on political platforms and sought to use fear-mongering to suggest that these buses were a threat to safety and security of our children. Madam Speaker, we have seen 8 child fatalities since the start of this year. And I can proudly state that not one of those unfortunate fatalities have been on a bus commissioned as the Rural School Bus Program. I use this opportunity to highlight the enhanced technology and security features on the buses and urge parents to get their students registered so they can have safer and more affordable commute to school. Madam Speaker, I said it then, I said it leading up to September 3rd, and I'm going to repeat it again for all who may have missed it. We're going to give you bus after bus after bus after bus after bus. JUTC bus, school bus, every kind of bus. Oh, right, I can continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can continue. We had agreed. Madam Speaker, our efforts regarding the safety and security of our students extend beyond the rural school bus program into our tertiary institutions. Significant strides have been made to address the transportation challenges facing tertiary student population. The primary focus of these interventions have been to improve safety and accessibility for students attending late evening classes. In direct response to the request for extended operating hours, the JUTC has successfully implemented later departure time for key student commuter routes. Madam Speaker, let me commend the staff at JUTC and the respective student bodies organizations at these institutions for the work done to make this a success. And that will be UTEC and the university. Madam Speaker, charter revenue for the period April to January totaled $121 million, representing 86% above budget of $65 million for the period. Revenue passengers for year to date, January 26, total 16.3 million, which is 29% below budget of 22.54. Approximately 39% or 502 million of fare revenue related to a smart card usage, and 55% or 8.83 million use smart cards to pay fares. Currently, approximately 41% of adult passengers use a smart card, compared to 100% usage among concession passengers. At the end of January, 70 active point of sale locations were operating across the KMTR, including 4 JUTC top-up points to facilitate. Madam Speaker, to prevent further losses and safeguard the company's resources, the JUTC, in collaboration with the law enforcement, has implemented a targeted and multifaceted approach. Enhanced intelligence gathering and efforts have strengthened coordination with law enforcement. The JUTC continues to work closely with the JCF and, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, since the implementation of these measures, the fare revenue year to date was 1.42 million, or 12% above the 1.26 for the same period. Plans are underway to procure another 100 additional JUTC buses to expand and renew the fleet, improve reliability, and replace aging units. The government will continue to prioritize clean and renewable energy options where feasible in support of sustainable transport. Madam Speaker, Montego Bay Metro ridership exceeded 1 million passengers for the first time in its 29-year history. Prime Minister, I'm going to repeat that for you. Montego Bay Metro, and for Minister Bartlett and the other Western members of Parliament. Montego Bay Metro ridership exceeded 1 million passengers for the first time in its 29-year history, reaching 1,003,000 and expected to rise to above 1,073. Growth was driven by 4 new routes carrying over 250 passengers, expanded service across 11 routes, and increased daily bus deployment from 10 to 13. Madam Speaker, this again demonstrates the commitment of this administration to implement sustainable transportation solutions for all Jamaica. For those of you who represent St. James and the interiors of St. James, I have the Hill Routes buses coming. Similar to how we have them for West Rural St. Andrew and East Rural St. Andrew, we find that that is a big challenge for the commuters in Montego Bay proper, getting into the hills and valleys. So that is coming on stream. Madam Speaker, maritime and international air transport, Jamaica was re-elected to Category C of the Council of International Maritime Organizations. It's an important platform to represent Caribbean and small island states. This year, Jamaica will proudly mark 50 years of membership with the IMO, and this milestone speaks to decades of engagement, leadership, and commitment to the goal of the global maritime sector. Air service agreements, Madam Speaker, we continue to sign them and get them out, and we are looking to do Curaçao later on this year, further strengthening regional connectivity and opportunity. Airports Authority of Jamaica. Jamaica's aviation sector, led by the Airports Authority of Jamaica, has demonstrated resilience in the face of significant external shocks while maintaining strong regulatory oversight and operational continuity across its network, including the Ian Fleming Airport and the domestic aerodromes. While overseeing major international gateways such as Sancho International Airport and Norman Manley, despite an early 2025 sluggish growth, improved travel advisories and increased events supported a mid-year recovery, underscoring the sector's adaptability, further strengthened by strategic initiatives, including a pending domestic air service incentive program, sustained policy leadership, and investment planning by the authority. The sector's resilience was severely tested by Hurricane Melissa, which disrupted aviation, traffic, and infrastructure, most notably at the Sancta International Airport, where tourism dependency led to passenger declines to 4.5 million in 2025 and a projected 4.2 in 2026, while Norman Manley rebounded quickly, maintaining growth from 1.8 to 1.9 million passengers. Madam Speaker, another area of success in Hurricane Melissa was the Airport Authority's response, handling from October 29th, between October 29th and December 2nd, 2025, handling 3,046 flights across all aerodromes, including 935 relief flights at the Sancta International Airport, reflecting a 26% increase. Madam Speaker, I want to commend the concessionaires and the Airports Authority for being able to restore all major airports within 24 to 48 hours, domestic aerodromes within 36 hours, and air navigation services within 24 hours, exceeding the 72-hour normal recovery target. While maintaining zero aviation accidents, operations scaled down from a peak of 22 aircraft to 8. Madam Speaker, I want to say congratulations to Airports Authority and, of course, the Norman Manley and Sancta International concessionaires. Job well done. Madam Speaker, in today's world, the strength of a nation is measured by the strength and resilience of its digital infrastructure, and the telecommunications sits at the very center of that reality. These agencies, Universal Service Fund and Spectrum Management Authority under the Ministry, as well as the Telecommunications branch at Met, continue to play a pivotal role in equipping our citizens with necessary tools and resources to thrive and increase in the digital world. Mr. Speaker, when I addressed this Honourable House last year, it was in the aftermath of Beryl. I emphasized the importance of the preparedness and strong coordination among utility providers, particularly telecommunication operators, in anticipation of future events. At the time, I referenced the assurances given regarding to their readiness to restore service following a major disruption. Just 5 months later, those assurances were tested when we were struck by Hurricane Melissa in the areas most affected by Hurricane Beryl. As parts of St. Elizabeth, it took providers over 5 months to restore. This year, we saw measurable improvement with damage at 100% in some areas across western and southern parishes, and service was restored to most customers within 4 months. Madam Speaker, more damage, shorter recovery period. This is true resilience. Madam Speaker, this progress did not occur by chance. Telecommunications providers, in collaboration with the regulators, expanded partnership with satellite operators to bolster redundancy and ensure continuity with terrestrial networks where compromised. While services such as Starlink played a role, they were a part of a broader ecosystem that included providers like Hispasat and Eutelsat, working alongside the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management and private operators. Looking ahead, Mr. Speaker, satellite technology will remain a critical component of our telecommunication landscape. And just to mention that prior to Hurricane Melissa, the government engaged the international telecommunications to support the development of a more agile legal regulatory framework for satellite licensing. I'd like to also say, Mr. Speaker, that most of the Starlinks that were purchased by the government are now returned to the Commissioner of Police's office for safekeeping, so that in the event that we have another need, we would be able to. No, not yours. The member of parliament's own are for them to use. You have to subscribe. You have to subscribe. You can't work without you subscribe. You have to subscribe. You have to pay to subscribe. All right. You check with Flo or one of the network, and they will organize it for you. I'm glad you mentioned that, member, because it was never the intention of the government to give you and subscribe. We got a free subscription from Starlink, and when that ended, each person who was given a Starlink by the government of Jamaica has the responsibility to connect and keep the bill. So see me after this. I think the problem is the money to pay the subscription. Check with me after this. Madam Speaker, resilience demands diversity, particularly in how we expand and sustain broadband access. As the government continues to build out the national network, affordability must remain central. The high cost of international bandwidth affects households and businesses alike, limiting access to meaningful digital operators. While the government does not intend to be a market participant, it will act as a market enabler. In this regard, there is clear room for increased competition. The government's investment in subsea fiber connectivity, which commenced in the previous financial year, represents a strategic step forward. It will strengthen redundancy, especially as some existing cables approach end of life, while expanding capacity and driving more competitive pricing. Madam Speaker, we expect the new subsea cable to be operational by the end of 2027. Madam Speaker, as another pillar of resilience, the ministry has worked to finalize National Emergency Telecommunications Plan with continued support from the ITU. Plan was completed during this financial year. Spectrum Management Authority strengthened Jamaica's wireless communications during 25-26 by ensuring efficient spectrum allocation, regulatory compliance, and reliable telecommunication services essential to the economy. Universal Service Fund continues to actively reduce the digital divide and advance inclusive national development. Through a partnership with e-learning, the following devices, and you can see it on the screen, have been distributed over the past 10 years with a value of tens of millions of US dollars. The USF continues its effort to roll out 5 new public Wi-Fi hotspots, Waterfront in downtown Kingston, Spalding, Manchester, Craft, Market, Kingston, Port Royal, St. Andrew, Ocho St. Anne. With the addition of these sites, there will be a total of 40 Connect Jamaica sites available island-wide as of March 26. To date, 100% of our major townships have been outfitted with public Wi-Fi facilities. So they were severely damaged in Melissa, and I can assure that they are on program to be restored in short order. I would say within the next 4 to 6 weeks. I think one of the issues that we have is to find out how the government through USF can monitor these units to make sure that we get value for money in terms of the maintenance contracts that are out. Madam Speaker, as I close, a total of 27 public Wi-Fi sites were impacted. To date, only 3 have been restored. The 24 remaining will be completed by June 2026. And the list of them are there. Community access points. Of the 49 community access points, 46 have already been restored, with just 3, 2 in St. Elizabeth and 1 in St. James, remaining island-wide. Madam Speaker, after Hurricane Melissa, when communities were cut off and systems disrupted, the USF moved quickly. 1,000 tablets valued at $72 million were deployed to support national damage assessments. This is real-time data collection, the real decision-making, and real support for the affected families in St. James, St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, St. Anne, and Trelawney. Madam Speaker, In closing,
your time is up. Time is up.
I can't close. You give me permission to close. Madam Speaker, in closing, today's realities have sharpened the government's resolve.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, God bless Jamaica. And God bless the Anglo-Honist-led administration. May God continue.
Thank you very much, Minister. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we thank the member from Portland Western, the Minister of Energy and Telecommunications, for a comprehensive, action-oriented presentation full of what has been done and more good things on the horizon. We will now turn to the member from St. Andrew South Western.
To the honorable members of this. Oh. Oh. To the honorable members of this House, I am guided by the enduring truth of Proverbs 19:17. Whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will reward them for what they have done. I had in my presentation a whole page and a half of facts. If you are part of the team who has helped me be here doing what I'm doing, I say thank you. I hope you understand why I do not have the time to call you by name today. So I want to start, first of all, with the historical foundations of social protection in Jamaica. Jamaica's social protection framework owes its most enduring advances to successive PNP governments, which have consistently prioritized the poorest and the most vulnerable, delivering economic security, health safeguards, education access, digital inclusion, and justice reforms that traditional definitions often overlook. The foundations began in the 1960s, yes, under a JLP administration with the NIS and the new secondary schools, but it was the PNP leadership of the 1970s under Michael Joshua Manley that revolutionized protection for the needy. The Minimum Wage Act, the National Housing Trust, Employment Termination and Redundancy Payments Act, Equal Pay for Equal Work, Maternity Leave with Pay, and most crucially, free secondary and university education. In terms of the dignity that many of us claim, it is because no bastard not there again. These policies shattered barriers of poverty for generations of Jamaicans, providing the catalyst for national progress that endures today. The PNP government pressed forward in the 1990s and 2000 with targeted lifelines like PATH, the National Health Fund, the National Health Card, the drug window for the elderly, directly shielding vulnerable families from destitution and illness. At the time of its introduction in 2014, PATH was seen as a landmark framework articulating a comprehensive commitment to addressing poverty, inequality, and vulnerability. And it stood as the first strategy of its kind in the Caribbean, positioning Jamaica as a regional leader in the design and articulation of social protection systems. The then Minister of Finance, Dr. Peter Phillips, described this strategy as path-breaking, reflecting the collective efforts of the PIOJ, the Ministry of Labour, international partners, and a wide cross-section of stakeholders. Visionary, though underappreciated, is the Universal Access Fund under the member from East Kingston and Port Royal, who brought Wi-Fi to the poorest communities, empowering them with essential connectivity. In a modern triumph, the 2015 Dangerous Drugs Amendment Act, spearheaded by the then Minister of Justice, Minister Mark Golding at the time, protected thousands of low-income Jamaicans from criminalization, from being framed, from incarceration for small-scale ganja use, including sacramental rights. By freeing courts from this backlog, it ensured that the resources of the justice system reached those who needed it most. What is pellucidly clear here is that successive PNP administrations have proven indispensable, forging a robust safety net that uplifts the vulnerable and strengthens Jamaica. And it is against that backdrop that I make my sectoral presentation today. As I speak, I have to say that the pace of implementation of PATH has not quite kept up with the ambition of its framework. We have yet to achieve the truly integrated all-of-government approach that has long been espoused. As a result, many vulnerable Jamaicans continue to fall through the cracks, exposed to economic and social shocks without adequate support. You know, I look at the passage of Hurricane Melissa on October 28th. It represented a critical stress test for the country's social protection architecture. For many Jamaicans, it called into question not only the government's capacity, but also its commitment to inclusive, people-centered development. Regrettably, relief and recovery efforts have not consistently reflected the values of dignity, transparency, resilience, and inclusivity that should underpin such interventions. Many vulnerable citizens have been left disillusioned, with some nearing the point of disengagement from the very systems designed to support them. There is a growing perception among Jamaicans that the benefits of this so-called prosperity have not been equitably distributed, and that significant segments of the population remain excluded. It was prosperity for the few. You know, for years, the conversation has centered around social safety nets. However, since 2025, we have been talking now about social protection floors as a right-based approach to the realization of economic, social, and cultural rights aimed at reducing poverty and inequality. And so that's the context in which I'm speaking here. Now, social protection floors represent a nationally defined set of basic guarantees, including access to essential health care, education, income security, alongside targeted investments in poverty eradication, social inclusion, particularly for persons with disabilities, for seniors, and other vulnerable populations. I'm not here saying that this is going to happen overnight, but there must be clear, measurable progress. Jamaicans must be convinced that policies and programs are being designed and implemented to protect them from poverty, vulnerability, and exclusion. So I spoke about PATH earlier, and I say that it has played an important role in improving school attendance. And I know that the spokesperson on education might tell me to be careful about the data that is presented to us. Unfortunately, I don't have any other source, so I'm going to quote it. And so what the data says is that because there is that 85% conditionality, meaning that persons have to be in school for 85% of the time to remain on the program, it means that the attendance of children on PATH is way above the attendance of children who are not on PATH. But here is the problem. The problem is that attendance does not equate to learning outcomes. It doesn't. While secondary education is nominally free, the associated costs continue to present substantial barriers for many families. Many of you as MPs would hear the stories from children and parents about how they are shamed and their names are called, they are sent under trees, they are treated differently because they cannot pay. Different lines. And in some sense, we understand the need of these schools to collect the fees because that is what they use to actually keep it going and provide services. So what that means is that we have to find a way to ensure that these children and their families are not seen as being different, but that there is some protection to allow them to have that secondary education. The school feeding program is a good program, but it needs to be reimagined to ensure that it is cost-effective and yet nutritious. I am not sure if NutriBullet in 2026 is the most nutritious meal that we could get. I'm not. Yeah? The current allocation per student is simply ridiculous. Just this morning as I was preparing to come to go on the road for Read Across Jamaica Day, I heard the news that Greater Portmore Primary advised of its painful decision to suspend its school feeding program. You know why? Inadequate funding. A lack of funding. Can you imagine what is going to happen to some of those children coming to school without their meals, or hiding in a corner so persons don't recognize what it is they have had to take to school to eat for lunch? This can't be the Jamaica that we sit here proudly, that we represent and we are building in 2026. Nah, something else, something has to change. And so the opposition is calling for a decisive shift towards implementation, which includes integrating diagnostic assessments, remedial support into PATH conditionalities, strengthening inclusive education system, and providing targeted financial assistance to reduce the burden on vulnerable families. And I say it already, the meals, yeah? We have to look at it differently. We also have the experience of our faith-based organization helping with education. And so we know that community-based governance structures should be strengthened to ensure participatory accountability and local ownership of educational outcomes. We want to see more of that. I want to talk a little bit about healthcare. because healthcare must constitute a fundamental pillar of Jamaica's protection framework. Yeah? The current structure of this so-called free healthcare continues to fall short of its intended purpose. And I'm not here to make the presentation that the spokesperson on health will, but I do know that in practice, many patients are still required to procure basic amenities and incur out-of-pocket expenses for routine services. Routine services. We know that the public health system continues to face persistent gaps in infrastructure, equipment, and staffing, all of which directly affect the quality and accessibility of patient care. And I know that every single one of us in here as members of parliament have heard the horror stories of members of our family or members of the community who have gone to the hospitals and what that has meant. I wouldn't even like to tell you of the 3 persons who I am dealing with who currently have cancer and how difficult it has been for them. That's for another day. The shameful reality that we have, can you imagine, that surgeries have to be postponed because of a lack of repairs to central air conditioning unit? What is that? But that was the case at the Bustamante Children's Hospital. And the truth is that the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association also said something similar when they said that the UHWI, the core barrier to reliable service delivery lies in systemic defects, including staff shortages, compensation breaches, more so than even funding itself. And the truth is that this reality disproportionately affects the most vulnerable, placing lives and livelihoods at risk. It is simply not acceptable. You know, long-standing structural weaknesses within our healthcare infrastructure. In that moment of crisis, the contribution of volunteers, both local and international, proved invaluable. They delivered critical medical services to rural, remote, and underserved communities, undoubtedly preserving lives at a time of urgent need. On behalf of all Jamaicans, I once again, as others have done before, want to say a big thank you. However, I am clear that volunteerism is not a substitute for a resilient and adequately resourced national system. The government's level of preparedness in the aftermath of the hurricane was simply inadequate. There's no other word for it. As the reconstruction efforts continue, there must be a deliberate shift toward building resilient healthcare infrastructure capable of withstanding future climate-related events. Further concerns arise with the abrupt departure of the Cubans. I would not like to tell you the number of individuals who right now are uncertain and distressed, yes, in light of the challenges about where they go for health care. And then the truth is, we have to look at what is happening around us, because there are international models that demonstrate what the possibilities are for a universal health care guarantee that ensure equitable, climate-resilient access to essential services. We have Costa Rica, where they have a social security system that provides a universal basic package covering primary care, hospitalization, and medication for about 90% of its population. Barbados has a national health insurance arrangement that supports comprehensive primary and preventive care. Chile has clearly defined service guarantees for high-burden conditions supported by investments in resilient systems. Others are doing it. We can do it. These are just some examples that I've put there to say that that is where we really need to go, and we need to begin to look at it seriously. Decent work and livable wages. Without this, social protection is incomplete. Decent work and livable wages determine whether families can eat, send their children to school, recover after disasters, or contribute productively to national rebuilding. Jamaica cannot achieve a durable social protection floor without legal certainty on wages, workplace safety, social protections, and recognition of service. The government's decision to increase the minimum wage to $17,000 a week, up from $16,000 a week, is way short of that campaign commitment for $32,000 a week. And it is nowhere near that livable wage that we should be talking about. For years, I want to talk about the security guard. For years, we have been talking and calling for a joint industrial council for the industrial security industry, and we want to do that again. The government must initiate these discussions and provide a structured pathway to protect these workers from falling into poverty after years of service. You know, many of them are either close to retirement or past the age of retirement. What has been happening is that they have been forced to enter into new contracts, so they are treated as new recruits, losing all the years of service and with no benefit to carry. We must be concerned about that. And it was Act of 1943. It was first tabled in Parliament in 2017. A lot of review, still not passed. We have heard the recent promises of the minister, yes, that it will be passed shortly. But promises without law leave workers exposed. And as Jamaicans, we know that promise is comfort to a few. What is needed is statutory funded systems that deliver livable wages, safe working conditions, and enforceable protections. In December 2025, the Red Cross reports that we had 156,000 homes that were damaged and in need of repair, with approximately 9 directly affected. Last week, the minister said that 114,000, yes, 156,000. And 90,000 families, yes, directly affected. Last week, the minister indicated that 114,000 households were assessed. But I want to talk a little bit about that, because honestly, the optimism and glee with which the minister speaks does not accord with the lived experience of the majority of individuals who are still reeling from the devastation of Hurricane Melissa. That's right. Many of them have not yet been assessed. They're not even so sure how to get assessed. Yes? Others have been assessed but are still not aware of their status. Yeah? And then again, others have been sent their information, and it is still a quandary about exactly where they fall. It seems to me that the system was not built for transparency nor from accountability, and that is a big problem. When individuals go to the parish offices, the woes that they tell, yeah, they say that the information that they collected and put in there from the workers, it has changed, yes? Personal geotagging is a problem because there are issues with how the houses have been geotagged, which takes them out of the system completely. Community names being mismatched, locations being incorrectly recorded. Data handling issues have led to missing or incorrect information, including phone numbers, CRN, the level of damage. even though this information was provided during the assessments and uploaded. In some cases, payments marked processed later appear cancelled. Yeah? There are also reports that damage levels recorded during the assessments have been altered after the fact, reducing entitlements for affected households. And this is not duppy stories. I'm talking to individuals and I'm placing there because I believe that they are that important. I believe that there must be immediate corrective action. We need to see a fully operational online portal and toll-free hotline, so issues the issuing of verifiable assessment receipts or control numbers. When assessment is done, nobody who was assessed has anything to prove that they were assessed. Somebody came, talked to them, and left, and now it is my word against your word, whether or not you were assessed. The inefficiencies that prolong the suffering is just simply not administrative failure. It is a failure of responsibility. And I think that that needs to be owned. I want to talk a little bit here now about, about dignity, inclusivity, and identity. Social protection floors are not just about survival. They are also about dignity, inclusivity, and identity. Dignity requires that support be delivered in a manner that respects individuals, protects their privacy, and avoids unnecessary hardship and humiliation. Inclusivity requires the full and effective implementation of the Disabilities Act. Identity requires that policies recognize and respect the lived realities of all Jamaicans. Consider Rastafari, a pillar of our national identity, celebrated globally through music, philanthropy, and culture. Yet our laws treat it simply as a religion, overlooking its holistic essence and how that then influences spiritual sacraments, economic livelihood, natural health practices, and environmental stewardship. Yeah? Current protections do not go far enough. Yes, the amendments to the Dangerous Drug Act offer just partial relief, but without explicit constitutional recognition. We need to go further. I also want to talk a little bit about what this dignity and inclusivity means. We are descendants of Nanny of the Maroons. We are descendants of Paul Bogle. We are descendants of Sam Sharp. What that means is that many of us who are sitting in these hallowed chambers, in this house, are only here because there were individuals who dared to buck the system. Because there were individuals who said, I will not be treated as a non-entity. Because there were individuals who said, you cannot strip me of my dignity and my integrity. I believe that those of us who have the privilege to be sent in this house deserve to present to the people of Jamaica the same courage of our ancestors. We cannot sit in the chambers and be treated like children. We cannot sit in the chambers where persons use the bully pulpit to say just about anything they want, and we have to sit silently. As educators, we know that we teach children differently from adults. We talk about pedagogy and andragogy. Because adults are self-directed learners. Because adults want their experiences to be validated in how we deal with them. This is no different in the chamber. No one gets to come into the chamber regardless of who you are, to pontificate and to scold the rest of us without taking responsibility for your own lack of decorum and disrespectful behavior. this for me is fundamental. It is about who we are, and it is about our identity. I say to my boys, I say to my nieces, when you are in a relationship, allow no one to strip you of your dignity. Allow no one to make you feel as if you are not worthy. I am duty-bound, therefore, to live what I preach and to be an example to those that I have been saying, do not allow others to trample over you. I am very clear in my mind that every action has consequences. We are leaders. Choice making is what we do every day. We take decisions and we bear the consequences. And so I say to this august body and to my colleagues, I am willing to cooperate with anyone who is willing to treat me as a human being. I am willing to play my part. Granted, I have never been a submissive female. It's too late for me to be that now. It's too late for me to be that now. So you will not get a submissive Angela in the chambers. No. However, I respect my colleagues. But there's a line I draw. If I come before you and every day you disrespect me, that's right. Them say one day the bucket bottom are going to drop out. And when it drops out, and I stand here today very, very clear, when it drops out, those who have the authority to punish, go ahead. Go ahead. History will absolve. I do it not just for myself. I do it for those others who will come behind us and will remember that in this house we are all to be treated equally. That in this house, when we have certain positions, we put aside our political partisanship. And if we can't, we step aside from the position that requires it. And so, I am very clear. I have dropped a lot of what I had prepared to speak today because I believe that this is important. I believe this goes to the heart of our democracy. Democracy is not just about you wielding a sword. It is also about how you reach across the aisle and make accommodations and come to decisions to the benefit of all. I am tired of sitting here, pressing my mic, asking to say something, and you don't have even the decency of listening and then saying no. None of us here, none is clairvoyant. None of you live in my head. And therefore, even though you think you know me well, you do not know what I am going to say when I press my mic. Give me the courtesy. Accord me the respect as an elected member of this house to be heard. You then have the opportunity to determine whether it is okay or not for me to go ahead. I stand here as a representative of the people of Southwest St. Andrews. I come from the traditions of Portia Lucretia Simpson. I come from Vincent Brown, who is still alive at 100 and would rue the day if he saw me in a position where I sat quietly and took disrespect. Never. Never. And so I'm hoping, as I close, that this will be a moment on which we reflect, all of us, not just some, so that We leave the lack of decorum, whether it's from that chair or otherwise. Yeah. We leave the disrespectful behavior, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise. The rabid partisanship, whether it is from the speaker's chair or otherwise. Right. It is one thing to say it and you're not mic'd. But when you stand to speak and to represent, then you have to draw the line somewhere. I am hoping that this will lead to a new day in the Parliament. I want to see it because I would like to be able to sit comfortably, to banter with my colleagues here and on the other side, to disagree with a laughter still on my face, and to agree respectfully, and to agree when that is what it requires. Thank you.
Worry at that.
House Leader. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have just heard from the member from St. Andrew Southwestern. We will now ask for the recommittal of the, well, firstly, for the suspension of the sectorial debate and for the recommittal of the agenda items.
The request is on the floor for the suspension of sectorial debate. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. We will now have the recommittal to the agenda. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Statement by ministers. Announcement.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the SCJ Holdings Limited for the financial year 2020-2021 and its related ministry paper number 28 of 2026 titled Annual Report SCJ Holdings Limited for the year ended March 31, 2021. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2022, and its related ministry paper number 29 of 2026 titled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited for the year ended March 31, 2022. Annual report and audited financial statement of the Jamaica Vacations Limited for the financial year 2023-2024. Annual report and audited financial statement of the Montego Bay Convention Center for the financial year 2022-2023. And finally, the annual report of the National Solid Waste Management Authority for the financial year 2024-2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate to the Honorable House of Representatives. I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the first day of May 2026, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cybercrimes Act and to provide for connected matters was passed in the Senate without amendment. The Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson, President of the Senate.
Petitions. Papers, report from committees, notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I intend to move the following motion. Whereas Jamaica is currently experiencing a shortage of and instability in the supply of cement, a critical input for the construction, infrastructure, and manufacturing sectors, and whereas this shortage threatens to delay urgently needed reconstruction and reliance works in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, including housing, public infrastructure, private sector facilities, and community-based resilience projects, and whereas any prolonged or worsening cement supply disruption poses a serious risk to investor confidence, both domestic and foreign, and may result in the postponement or cancellation of strategic investments, and whereas the said shortage and instability in cement supply can lead to significant job losses, reduced working hours, and business closures in sectors directly and indirectly dependent on construction activity, including small and medium-sized enterprises, and whereas the current situation, if not effectively managed and mitigated, could escalate into a full-blown economic and social crisis, undermining national development goals, particularly in the post-Melissa construction and resilience period. And whereas there is a compelling need for transparent, timely, and comprehensive information to Parliament and the public regarding A, the causes and expected duration of the cement supply shortage, B, the state of local production and import arrangements, C, pricing trends and potential anti-competitive practices, D, the impact on approved and pipeline public and private projects, and E, the measures being contemplated or implemented by the government to stabilize supply, protect jobs, and safeguard investment. And whereas Parliament must exercise its oversight responsibility to ensure that appropriate policies, regulatory actions, and contingency plans are in place to mitigate the risk of a full-blown crisis and to support a swift, equitable, and resilient reconstruction process. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Honourable House calls upon the government to immediately provide Parliament with a comprehensive briefing on the current cement supply situation, including data on production, imports, inventory levels, pricing, and the status of critical reconstruction and infrastructure projects. Be it therefore resolved that this Honourable House calls upon the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce and its agencies to present clear and time-bound plans to ensure that post-Melissa reconstruction and resilience works by households, private sector, and government are not compromised. Be it resolved that the foregoing be referred to the Economy and Production Committee, and that the committee be mandated to 1, conduct hearings and receive submissions from relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, regulators, industry stakeholders, workers' representatives, and civil society regarding the current and projected cement supply situation. 2, obtain and review detailed information on A, the causes, scale, and expected duration of the current cement shortage, B, the impact on existing and planned public and private investments, especially those related to post-Melissa reconstruction and resilience, C, the implications for employment, particularly in construction and related sectors. 3, examine and report on short, medium, and long-term policy, regulatory, and market-based options to A, mitigate the risk of a full-blown crisis arising from cement shortages, B, secure reliable and affordable cement supply, C, protect jobs and sustain investor confidence, and D, ensure that national reconstruction and resilience objectives are met without undue delay. 4, present to this Honourable House, within a specified time frame, its findings and recommendations, including any proposed legislative, regulatory, or policy measures necessary to address current and future risks related to cement supply and to safeguard Jamaica's reconstruction, resilience, investment, climate, and employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. James Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice that on the next sitting of this House, I will move the following motion. Whereas a 2016 study by a leading local anthropologist revealed the rate of paternity fraud in Jamaica was at 25%, and whereas Jamaica is one of the leading countries in the world with regard to the incidence of paternity fraud, and whereas there is a need for certainty of parenthood within our society to fortify the institution of families in Jamaica in pursuing of national outcome, 3 out of 4 effective social protection and authentic transformational culture of the Vision 2030 Jamaica National Development Plan. And whereas it has been found that the revelation of paternity fraud or the misattributed paternity has led to several incidents of domestic violence in Jamaica, which must be mitigated. And whereas certainty of paternity would be a key mitigating factor of domestic violence in our society. And whereas the advancement in technology to allow for efficient and accurate DNA paternity testing to definitively determine paternity is now available in Jamaica. And whereas certainty of paternity can be achieved by mandating that, where it is desired that the name of the father be included on the birth certificate of a child born in Jamaica, a DNA paternity test be conducted to confirm the biological relationship between the child and the man desirous of being so named. And whereas the cost of all mandatory DNA paternity tests would be covered by the government of Jamaica and facilitated through each regional health authority, be it resolved that this Honourable House debate the issue of mitigating paternity fraud. Be it further resolved that this Honourable House take the necessary step to amend the relevant sections of the Registration, Birth and Death Act and Status of Children Act to allow for the additional requirement of mandatory confirmation of paternity by way of DNA paternity test. Thank you.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce, and I have read a first time, a bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026. I further beg to give notice at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Conch Export Levy Amendment Act 2026. I further beg to give notice at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take first reading of the bill.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may have been made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026.
Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the minister to take the first reading of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Yes, this one, the dairy, not the conch. Dairy, sure. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Jamaica Dairy Developmental Board Act 2026 be read a first time.
The Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026 read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. I further beg to give notice at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Conch Export Levy Amendment Act 2026.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the minister to take the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Conch Export Levy Amendment Act 2026 be read a first time.
The Conch Export Levy Amendment Act 2026 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of the second reading of the bill. As I indicated, we will not be taking this bill through all the stages today, so we can go to public business.
Public business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We do have a few items of public business today, having concluded the sectorial. We will start by a tribute to former Member of Parliament, Minister of Government, Senator, Minister of Government, the Honorable Hugh Hart, and then we will go into the taking of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act. We will ask the Prime Minister who will lead the tributes to.
Thanks, House Leader. Prime Minister. Mike, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to the life and service of the Honorable Hugh Cecil Edmund Hart, Order of Jamaica, former Senator, former Cabinet Minister, distinguished attorney at law, business leader, and servant of the Jamaican people. On behalf of the government of Jamaica, and indeed on behalf of all who value long and faithful service to the country, I extend sincere condolences to his family, his friends, his former colleagues in Parliament and Cabinet, the legal fraternity. I must mention, Madam Speaker, the Monroe College family. Absolutely. And all those who had the privilege of knowing and working with him. Hugh Hart belonged to a generation of Jamaicans who helped to shape the institutions and economic foundations of our young nation after independence. He was a man of intellect, discipline, judgment, and resolve. His contribution was not confined to one field. He served Jamaica in law, in business, in public administration, in Parliament, and in the Cabinet. Born in St. Andrew and educated at Monroe College, he went to Queen's College, Oxford, where he studied law. He was called to the bar at Gray's Inn in 1953 and later admitted as a solicitor in Jamaica in 1956. Over the course of a long and distinguished legal career, he became one of Jamaica's respected commercial lawyers with deep expertise in areas including taxation, mining, real estate development, corporate restructuring, commercial law, and corporate finance. As a founding partner of Hart, Murad Fattah, he helped to build one of Jamaica's leading law firms and contributed significantly to the development of commercial legal practice in our country. His legal work was marked by seriousness, precision, and a practical understanding of how law supports enterprise, development, investment, and institutional order. And, Madam Speaker, it could also be said of Hugh Hart that he was
a great mentor and supporter of young lawyers coming into the profession. Indeed, I'm sure that when the leader of the opposition speaks, he will spend more time on that aspect of UHART's contribution to national development. But, Madam Speaker, UHART was not content to serve Jamaica only from private practice. He answered the call to public service. He served in the Senate from 1980 to 1993 and brought to this Parliament the same clarity of thought and depth of experience for which he was known in the legal and business communities. He went on to serve in the Cabinet as Minister of Mining and Energy and as Minister of Tourism. These were not minor assignments. They were portfolios central to Jamaica's economic survival, growth, and international engagement. As Minister of Mining and Energy, he served during a difficult period for Jamaica's bauxite and alumina industry. The sector faced serious disruptions arising from global economic pressures and changes in international demand. At that time, bauxite and alumina were critical to employment, foreign exchange, industrial activity, and national confidence. UHART brought to that challenge the mind of a lawyer, the discipline of a negotiator, and the resolve of a patriot. He was among those who helped Jamaica navigate a period of uncertainty in one of the country's most important industries. His service in that ministry reminds us that national leadership is often tested in moments of difficulty. It is easy to speak of development when conditions are favorable. It is far more demanding to protect national interests when industries are under pressure, when jobs are at risk, and when the country must find a path through forces beyond its immediate control. UHART served in such a moment, and he did so with seriousness and distinction. As Minister of Tourism, he also played a role in advancing one of Jamaica's most important economic sectors. His tenure coincided with important milestones in the growth of the industry, including Jamaica's continued emergence as a premier global destination. He understood that tourism was not merely an industry of hotels and arrivals, but an expression of Jamaica's identity, culture, hospitality, and international presence. Our current Minister of Tourism exemplifies this, Madam Speaker. Beyond ministerial office, UHART gave service to many of Jamaica's major institutions. He served in leadership roles across the public and private sectors, including institutions connected to bauxite, energy, manufacturing, finance, and commerce. In these capacities, he helped to strengthen the governance and strategic direction of organizations that mattered to Jamaica's economic life. In 2011, Jamaica conferred on him the Order of Jamaica in recognition of his contribution to the bauxite and alumina industry and to the legal profession. It was a fitting national honor for a man whose work had touched so many areas of Jamaican life. Madam Speaker, there is an important lesson in UHART's example. His was not a politics of noise and spectacle. His was a life of competence, preparation, duty, and measured service. At a time when public life is often judged by immediacy and volume, UHART's life reminds us of the enduring value of steadiness. He was serious without being theatrical. He was accomplished without being boastful. He was influential without needing to be ostentatious, or as some people would say, tapanaris. The Parliament should honor
that kind of service. We should honor those who help to build the foundations on which we stand. We should honor those whose work may not always be visible to the public in the moment, but whose impact is felt across decades. Today, we remember the Honorable Hugh Cecil Edmund Hart, OJ. As a former member of the Senate, as a former minister of government, as a lawyer of high standing, as a builder of institutions, and as a distinguished son of Jamaica who gave generously of his talents to the country. To his family, we express our gratitude. We know that public service requires sacrifice, not only from the individual who serves, but also those who support and sustain them. We thank you for sharing him with Jamaica. May his memory be honored in this parliament, in the legal profession, in the industries he helped to guide, and in the national life to which he contributed so much. May his soul rest in peace.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps I can give me a little space here. Thanks. Thank you, my brother. Madam Speaker, I didn't have time to prepare a written speech on an occasion when really I ought to have, because Hugh Hart is somebody very special to me. I don't know whether my colleagues all know this, but Hugh Hart and I have been law partners for most of my career. I joined the firm of Hart, Muirhead, Fatter in 1993 when it was just Hugh Hart, John Muirhead, and George Fatter. And they were all in the later stages of their career and had formed a firm so that they wouldn't retire and get bored, but would be able to practice law in a somewhat leisurely way. I was 28 and very grateful when they allowed me the opportunity to join them. I had wanted to be in New Kingston, where their firm was operating from. And I actually met John Muirhead at the recount, or the preliminary count, for Southeast Clarendon in the election when Peter Bunting ran against Hugh Shearer. And John Muirhead was Hugh Shearer's lawyer for the count. And I was Peter Bunting's lawyer. And in the course of that count, from time to time, there would be breaks, and we'd sit under a tree in Lionel Town, courthouse, I think it was. And he told me about Hart, Muirhead, Fatter. And it struck my interest because of the flexibilities of the structure of the firm. And I wrote to Hugh, who I did not know, though my mother and Hugh had been friends in their teenage years, many, many years before. That would have been in the 1940s. And I received a call from him. I don't know where in the world he was when he called me, but this was the legend, because by that time, Hugh Hart was already a legend in the practice of law and in the business community of Jamaica. Hugh Hart is a legend. And so I was daunted and surprised and very excited to get that call. And he was just so friendly and charming, as he always was. And he said, if I want to come, they'd be happy to have me. And you know, when I got there, he gave me his office. A 28-year-old budding attorney. He was traveling a lot, and he said, we didn't have much space at the time, and he said, you use my office. So I sat in his office for several months until some other accommodation was eventually made. Hugh Hart was a brilliant man, First of all, he was charming, can't done. You know, he just had a manner in dealing with people that made people feel valued, made people felt engaged. He listened to what you had to say. There wasn't a time when I knocked on his office to discuss something with him that he didn't look up and say, "Marcus, come in, man," and just put down what he was doing, and we would discuss whatever the issue was that I wanted to raise. Never once did he look perturbed, and he was always busy. You know, this was a man who had a thriving practice up to in his 90s. You know, he had a thriving practice. And he had a thriving practice because he brought great value to his clients. He brought value. He didn't practice law for money. Money was totally, I wouldn't even say secondary. It was very, very subordinate. He practiced law to serve his clients and because he loved the practice of the law. And he had a unique range of skills. He was as sharp as a whip. He was a brilliant draftsman. And he had a strong commercial sense. He understood finance, he understood money, he understood risks and how to manage them as a commercial lawyer. He was a mentor to me. And I feel very, very fortunate and privileged that I had the opportunity to work with him from 1993 until basically last year when illness overcame him at the age of 95, turning 96. He was born on Boxing Day, December 26th, and he wasn't able to come to Jamaica because he actually lived in Cayman, but he came to Jamaica for most of the year. He would come in usually on a Tuesday and leave on a Friday, except during the summer months when he was always in London and then traveling sometimes in Europe. Hugh Hart was a great negotiator. He had a clear mind. He understood the tactics of negotiation. He was never daunted by whatever task he had to face at the negotiating table. And when he was in government, as I understood it, he brought those skills to bear. He went into government really because his wife's brother was the prime minister and knew his skills and wanted to have the benefit of those skills. And Hugh wanted to serve. He wanted to serve Jamaica, and he believed he could deliver a unique array of skills to Jamaica. He would never put it that way. He was a humble person. He was not boastful at all. He was gentle as well, although if you are at the other end of a negotiation with him, you didn't feel that he was very gentle because you knew that you were up against somebody who was probably outdoing you in the art of negotiation. But he was a gentle person, a kind person. And when it came to young lawyers, as the Prime Minister had mentioned, certainly in our firm, which I'm the senior partner of now, all of the lawyers who joined the firm in the years after I did, and we now have, I don't even know, 20 lawyers or something, all of them were in love with Hugh. He was a mentor to all. He was the person who, if there was ever a dispute, if there was ever any disagreement, he would resolve it. He was the glue, really, that kept the place together. I will miss him terribly. I already do. And there will never be another like him. In business, he was an entrepreneur. He was a risk taker. He was a major real estate developer in his own right. Prestige homes. He and Frank Hall built a number of housing developments in Jamaica in the 60s, going into the 70s. And then when he moved to Cayman, he built several of the high-rise buildings in Georgetown, several residential developments in Cayman. And he was also respected and knew many influential business people across the world. You know, he was somebody who, you know, for example, when he was Minister of Mining and Energy and Jamaica was in problems, he could pick up the phone and he could speak to the head of major metal trading houses in Switzerland or wherever it would be, and they would take his call. And many of them became his good friends. And up to late in life, though he outlived most of them, you know, he had a close relationship with many of them. Hugh Hart, as I've said, is a one of a kind. And God bless him. He's such a special individual. Prime Minister, I thank you for your kind remembrance of him, your tribute to him. It was fitting of the man. Mine isn't really, but it's partly because I'm fairly emotional talking about it. His death is recent. And he was, certainly after my father passed on in 1996, Hugh was sort of the next person of that generation who I had a kind of special, avuncular relationship really in his case. So it's a difficult thing for me to be speaking about him in here. But I'm glad that I've been given the opportunity to do so, because it is right that this Parliament should honor an exceptional minister. I think he achieved a great deal. He used to tell me a story that when he was minister, he would just get on with what he had to do. And he wasn't very familiar with the processes of government. And so the Prime Minister, Mr. Siaga, some months into the life of the government, said to him, Hugh, you have to come and tell me what you're doing. I don't know, I haven't heard anything. He said, sure. So he went to see Mr. Siagas and started to list all the things. And he said, my God, you need a cabinet submission for this. And, he was, well, sure, well, we'll do that then. But he was just getting on with it and doing what needed to be done, And that was the kind of person he was. He was impeccably honest and very, very capable. Somebody in whom a prime minister could have utmost confidence that the portfolio would be properly managed and that any challenges would be addressed in the best way they could in the circumstances. May his soul rest in peace. I should just close by expressing my condolences to his children, Lorraine, Justin and Belinda, and his sister Shirley, and all his close friends and wider family. May his soul rest in peace.
Madam Speaker, yes, yes, you borrowed my line. I didn't plan, Madam Speaker, to begin that way, but the member from Southeast St. Andrew preempted me, and so I will, yes, admit very readily that I'm perhaps the only surviving member of the cabinet in this House, with Hugh Hart, who incidentally, we sat next to each other for 6 years. Firstly, when he was Minister of Mining, and then later when he became Minister of Mining, Energy, and Tourism. So I rise today, Madam Speaker, with profound respect and sadness to pay tribute to a truly remarkable Jamaican, the Honorable Hugh Cecil Edmund Hart, OJ. His passing marks the loss of a devoted son of Jamaica, a distinguished attorney, a statesman of great integrity, and a public servant whose dedication shaped the trajectory of our nation's tourism sector, economic development, and public life. Certainly on behalf of all of us in tourism and all the related entities in tourism, the wider tourism fraternity, I extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends, colleagues, and all who had the privilege of working alongside him. Jamaica mourns a man whose life was defined by steadfast service, sound judgment, and an unwavering commitment to the excellence of our nation. Hugh Hart's impact on Jamaican economy was perhaps most uniquely felt during the mid-1980s, when he was entrusted with a massive dual-faceted portfolio by then Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Edward Philip George Seaga. Having served as Minister of Mining and Energy since 1983, his capabilities was expanded in 1986 to include the Ministry of Tourism. The subsequent merging of these portfolios under his leadership was a testament to the Prime Minister's immense confidence in his capabilities. And I can't forget that perhaps it is fair, Madam Speaker, to say that Hugh Hart was the only person in Cabinet who never had Mr. Seaga questioning anything that he did, because there was absolute confidence in the integrity of his effort, but more so the certainty of the outcomes of his actions. For 5 years, Hugh Hart skillfully navigated the nexus of energy, industry, and hospitality, proving that he possessed the rare intellectual dexterity required to manage the pillars of our nation's economic survival simultaneously. And I want to indicate how dexterous that was and how impactful it was in relating to crises and moments of great difficulty. And one of the things that I can't forget is during the really difficult period of the 80s, when the oil crisis was raging. And we had issues also with bauxite during the period. And when a ship was actually out in the harbor with fuel, wouldn't come in. And it was Hugh Hart who, as the member from South St. Andrew appropriately said, would call one of his friends. I will not mention because we know them. And one would say yes, and Hugh Hart would then give the word, and the ship would come into the harbor and discharge the fuel. That was the nature and power of the man. Hugh Hart's tenure as Minister of Tourism from 1986 to 89 coincided with an important period in Jamaica's tourism development and international visibility. It was under his watch that Jamaica welcomed the supersonic Concorde, who can remember that, in 1986, and surpassed 1 million stopover visitors in 1987, a milestone that reflected not only national pride, but also the growing confidence of Jamaica on the global stage. His contribution was instrumental in solidifying tourism as a cornerstone of our national development. And I can't forget, based on his relationship, and Hugh Hart was like that. He really thrived on relationships. And he understood what it was to have confidence and to have people reposing confidence in him, and more so trust. And those are the two key words that drove his tenure as minister. And that reflected itself in his ability to bring international players to Jamaica. And I can't forget that Minister Grange and myself in the early days, when we together teamed to stage the first and only World Music Festival in Jamaica. It was Hugh Hart who had the connections that enabled the kind of financing that was able to enable us to put on what was and is today the largest and most significant global event to have taken place in Jamaica. But beyond that, Hugh Hart's contacts made it possible for our 1984 Olympic team. And a member in this house was a part of that team. Juliet Cuthbert, who was a silver medalist in that 1984 Olympics. And it was because of Hugh Hart's influence and support that enabled us to finance the team to the level that we were. And a wonderful experience they all had in Los Angeles, California then, and we were able to host them, in fact, at Beverly Hills for an event. Only Jamaica could have done that. So beyond the headlines, Hugh Hart was a builder. He helped realize the tourism industry following the unrest of the late 1970s and spearheaded the recovery efforts after the devastation of Hurricane Gilbert in 1988. His strategic vision laid the foundation for Montego Bay and Ocho Rios to become major Caribbean cruise hubs, with ship calls and passenger numbers growing in the late 1980s, efforts that combined significantly to Jamaica's economic diversification. Beyond tourism, Hugh Hart's leadership extended to his service in the Senate and his critical role as Minister of Mining and Energy from 1983 to 1989. These were challenging years, and one of the biggest issues on his desk was the daunting bauxite alumina crisis. Yet he approached this challenge with integrity, seriousness, and thoughtful leadership. Working closely with Prime Minister Seaga and other technocrats, he navigated complexities of a brutal decade for the industry. He was instrumental in negotiating with multinational corporations and securing the 1988 reopening of Jamaica's largest bauxite refinery, as well as facilitating strategic bauxite purchases by the United States. These efforts were crucial in preserving a key pillar of Jamaica's economy during those turbulent times. In the energy sector, he steered the nation through IMF-mandated deregulation, volatile oil price shocks, and the pressures of meeting stringent fiscal targets. His stewardship was marked by a steady hand amid significant economic headwinds. Throughout his career, Hugh Hart was known for his discipline, dignity, and a leadership style that prized substance over showmanship. He earned respect across sectors, not just for the offices he held, but for the example he set through his unwavering dedication to duty. His contribution extended far beyond the halls of Parliament. His excellence as an attorney and leader in the private sector earned him wide recognition, culminating in the award of the Order of Jamaica in 2011 for his service to the bauxite, alumina industry, tourism, and the legal profession. As we celebrate the life and legacy of Hugh Cecil Edmund Hart, we honor a man whose character and dedication left an indelible mark on Jamaica. On a personal note, he was my mentor. He guided me through the early stages of my involvement as Minister of Tourism. Hugh Hart would call me almost every day, and after a puff of his signature pipe, he would then say, "Young man, you need to visit so and so and so." He remembered every name when he was minister, and he guided me through that process. And the Prime Minister is correct in his tribute by indicating that Hugh Hart understood that tourism was more than arrivals and receipts. It was building human capital and enabling two key words to always resonate: trust and confidence. And that is what has driven my process throughout the period. And that's why, on the international scale, as Hugh Hart did, Jamaica stands today tall and proud. So, to Hugh, my word, well done, thou good and faithful servant. To his family that survives him, Lorraine, Justin, Belinda, his children, his sister, Auntie Shirley Bailey, and the relatives and the friends, and we, the extended family, and indeed the family of his late wife, Pamela Hart, who was Pamela Siaga, and the entire Siaga clan, and indeed the other members of the Hart fraternity, Tony Hart of blessed memory, and his family. They were cousins, yes. May they all find comfort in the great stewardship that Hugh Hart gave, the extent of his contribution to Jamaica and the world. He indeed added value. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him. Thank you.
The member from Kingston, West Kingston, Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You may be wondering why I'm on my feet to make a brief contribution to someone who myself and the member from Central St. Catherine has the distinct pleasure of knowing longer than everyone in this honorable house. Since the early 60s, when the late Edward Siaga became the Member of Parliament for West Kingston, UART was integrally involved in the establishment of what became the most powerful political organization in Jamaica. He was instrumental in establishing many of the programs in West Kingston, legal advice. In the first year, when the West Kingston constituency hosted the Christmas charity ball at the then Myrtle Bank Hotel in downtown Kingston, UART was the man that was responsible for having Miriam Makeba coming to Jamaica to perform at the Myrtle Bank Hotel for the West Kingston charity ball in 1965. There are many other such achievements, and I speak on behalf of the people of West Kingston because we benefited significantly from his expertise, especially as a lawyer. And there are persons in the constituency that gain employment in his law firm that presently still works in your office. Yes, right. Yes, so that was a part of the UART establishment. One of the most important things that we will remember UART for in West Kingston, we were the first political organization to establish a trust, the West Kingston Trust. And some of the assets of the West Kingston Trust is the Tivoli Gardens Community Center in West Kingston that was built out of the establishment of the West Kingston Trust. Our cultural program, our sporting program, legally established under the guidance of UART. And is someone that I remember for his kindness and the respect that he demonstrated, especially to the people of West Kingston. There was never a disappointing moment in our relationship with UART. And I am happy that I had the privilege as a young man in meeting UART, working with him. He was humble. Huh? Yes, I am speaking also for Minister Grange, for the member from Central St. Catherine. But we have lost an outstanding Jamaican. And I know the people of West Kingston will remember him for his kindness. And we also want to share in the expressions that has been raised by the Prime Minister and yourself and the member from East Central St. James. May his soul rest in peace, and we thank him for the service that he has given not just to West Kingston, but to the wider Jamaica in general. Thank you.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, just to close the tributes on Hugh Hart, I will say there's a couple of things, Madam Speaker. When you go to Monroe College, Hugh Hart, one of the names that is bandied about to indicate what young men should ascribe to be and for aspire to be. And for some of you who do not know, at Monroe, he was quite the athlete. In fact, winning the Olivier Shield, winning the DeCosta Cup with Lindy Delapena, and winning champs for Monroe. Winning champs as well. He did multiple sports, and in fact was inducted into, he did cricket, hockey, tennis, rifle, and was inducted into the Monroe College Hall of Fame in 2014. The members, Madam Speaker, have spoken about how well he did as Minister of Mining. As a part of his citation when he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, a story was read out that spoke of the fact that the aluminum sector crashed during the 1980s. And Hugh, along with Prime Minister Siaga, led a delegation to the Oval Office where they met with President Ronald Reagan and persuaded the U.S. to buy 3.6 million tons of Jamaican bauxite, which moved the annual local production to 6.5 million tons. They also bartered grain for another 2 million tons. And to speak of his negotiating skills, he then bargained with the Soviet Union to provide ladders for bauxite and aluminum. And you know ladders became extremely popular. So his legacy, Madam Speaker, is beyond doubt. And no, I didn't, but yes, is beyond doubt. And I think the House has done a good thing in paying tribute to a tremendous son of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we will now continue with the business of the House. I want to open the debate on the amendment to the Dairy Development Board, which is not intended to be long, but may I have the, thank you.
House Leader. Suspect standing orders.
Sorry. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through as much stages as possible today.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the minister to consider the bill and take it through as many stages as is possible today. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it, Minister.
Madam Speaker, the bill before this Honourable House is the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026. This Honourable House is advised that the Jamaica Dairy Development Board, a body corporate, was established by the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act in 2009 for the purpose of promoting, fostering the development of the dairy sector, with particular emphasis on promoting local milk production and achieving efficiencies in the production and other trade in dairy products pursuant to Section 4 of the Act. The board functions in the formulation of policies for the dairy sector and monitoring the growth of the sector, regulating the trade in dairy products, advising the minister on matters of general policy related to the dairy sector, and mobilizing resources for and on behalf of the dairy sector. The Honourable House, I am sure, appreciates that the dairy industry is still very important to the people of Jamaica. The amendment is fairly basic, Madam Speaker. The term milk is defined by Section 2 of the Act as milk from cows. International trends have shown that milk is no longer confined to milk from cows or cattle. For example, in the United States of America and Canada, there have been increased contribution to their dairy products by way of milk from goat and sheep, small ruminants. Domestically, since 2018, the board has been invested in the development of the local small ruminant sector, which has seen a consistent increase in local milk production and byproducts like goat cheese annually. Under Section 18 of the Act, the board may, after consultation with persons involved in the dairy sector, impose a cess on the trade in dairy products. The imposition of the cess requires the approval of the minister by way of order, subject to such conditions, if any, as the minister thinks necessary. Dairy products is defined in Section 2 of the Act as, in relation to cows, means milk, cream, butter, cheese, condensed milk, evaporated milk, milk powder, dry milk, ice cream, malted milk, and any other product manufactured wholly or mainly from milk, and includes products that have more than 50% milk solids on a dry weight basis, excluding sugar. It is by virtue of Section 18 that the Jamaica Dairy Development Cess Order 2010, which is currently in force, was made and from which the board earns. Paragraph 3 of the order imposes a cess on the importation into Jamaica of a specified dairy product and a trade in fresh milk produced in Jamaica. Given the current definition of milk, a cess can only be imposed on milk products originated from cows. This creates a gap in the market, as a cess cannot be automatically applied to other milk sources or their byproducts. Consequently, given the board's continued investment and regulatory remit, it has become necessary to expand the definition of milk to bring small ruminants under the umbrella of the Act with a view to regularizing the sector and fully capture this emerging market. In relation to the clauses in the bill, again, very short bill. This clause 1, short title and construction. This clause provides the short title of the bill and stipulates that the bill is to be read and construed as one with the Principal Act, the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act. Clause 2 is the amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act. This clause intends to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act by deleting the definitions of dairy products, dairy sector, and milk, and substituting the following new definitions thereof. Dairy products, foods and beverages made from at least 5% of milk, whether in solid, liquid, or powdered form, from any animal, including ruminants and including the products specified in the second schedule. Dairy sector, the activities concerning the primary production of milk from animals, including ruminants, as well as the breeding and genetics, feeding or provision of nutrition, health, and management of such animals, and the secondary production and consumption of milk from animals, including ruminants, covering the manufacturing and processing of milk into dairy products, and the importation, exportation, transportation, marketing, and use of dairy products generally. Milk, the normal mammary secretion obtained from an animal, including a ruminant, without addition to or extraction from such secretion. Clause 3 is a repeal and replacement of Section 40 of the Principal Act. This clause intends to repeal Section 40 of the Principal Act with the marginal note, Minister may amend monetary penalties and replace same with a new Section 40 with a marginal note, power of Minister to amend monetary penalties and first and second schedules, which stipulates that the Minister may, by order, subject to the affirmative resolution, amend any monetary penalty imposed by this Act or any regulations made on this Act, and B, amend the first and second schedules. Amendment Clause 4 deals with the amendment of the schedule to the Principal Act. this clause intends to amend the schedule to the Principal Act as follows: by renaming the schedule as the first schedule, by deleting paragraph 1, which deals with the constitution of the board, and substituting the same with the following. The members of the board shall be appointed by the minister and shall consist of a representative from the financial sector, an attorney at law with at least 5 years' experience, a representative of the dairy processors or traders industry, 2 representatives from the Jamaica Agricultural Society, livestock groups, a representative from the Veterinary Services Division, a representative from the Agricultural Education Institution, from an Agricultural Education Institution, a representative from the Ministry with the responsibility for industry, investment, and commerce, a representative of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and a representative of the Ministry with responsibility for health. C, by deleting paragraph 2, which deals with tenure of office, the phrase, the appointed members shall be appointed by the minister, and replacing same with the appointment of every member of the board shall be evidence. D, by deleting paragraph 4, which deals with reappointment, the words appointing member wherever they occur, and replacing them with the word member. E, by renumbering paragraph 5, which deals with the filling of vacancy, as subparagraph 1 of the paragraph, and 2, inserting next after the renumbered subparagraph 1, the following as subparagraph 2. A vacancy in the membership of the board shall be filled in the same manner and subject to the same requirements as apply to an original appointment of a member. F, by deleting from paragraph 7, which deals with the grant of leave of absence, the words appointed member, and substituted thereof the word member. G, by deleting some paragraph 1 from paragraph 8, which deals with resignation of appointed member, and replacing same with the following. A member other than the chairman may at any time resign his office by instrument in writing addressed to the minister and transmitted through the chairman from the date of receipt by the minister of such instrument that person shall cease to be a member. H, by inserting some paragraph 1 of paragraph 9, which deals with procedure and meetings, the words and utilizing such modalities immediately after the words and on such days. And I, by deleting subparagraph 6 from paragraph 12, which deals with appointment of committees, and replacing same with the following. The provisions of paragraph 13 shall apply to a member of a committee who is not a member of the board in like manner as they apply to the member of the board. Clause 5 is the amendment of the Principal Act by insertion of a second schedule. This clause intends to amend the Principal Act by inserting next after the first schedule a second schedule. This second schedule specifies products which are dairy products within the definition provided in section 2 as follows. Milk, whether in concentrated, dried, frozen, reconstituted, or fermented form. 2, partially skimmed milk, cream, buttermilk, whey, and whey cream, whether they're in concentrated, dried, frozen, or reconstituted form. Butter, butter oil, and whey butter. Milk solids, whey proteins, and milk proteins in concentrated form. Milk solids when used as an ingredient and including confectionaries, whether concentrated, dried, coated, or filled. Milkshakes, evaporated milk, condensed milk, probiotic milk, lactose-free milk, fluid milk products, ice cream, dairy-based cream, or food drinks containing milk, butter cookies, whipped cream, and yogurt. The memorandum of objects, the bill concludes with a memorandum of objects and reasons. So, Madam Speaker and members, what we're really doing is bringing this bill into the 21st century to ensure that we capture the definition of milk in the widest possible form and to do some cleaning up work of the provisions in relation to the board. I now commend the bill entitled the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Amendment Act 2026 to the House.
From what I can see, contributing will be the member from Westmoreland Eastern and the member from St. James Central, West Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To amend the definition of milk in the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act is not something that is controversial in and of itself. And we would have no reason not to support that. It's common sense amendment. However, in thinking through the matter, one would ask, how will this improve milk production, milk output? And a further examination of the data and coming to an answer for that question shows that Jamaica dairy sector operates at a significantly lower productivity level compared to global leaders. In Jamaica, approximately 7 to 8 liters of milk are produced per cow per day. And internationally, the top producers, Israel is 43 liters per day, US is 38 liters per day, Ireland is 30 plus, and Canada is 29 liters per day, which means that they are 4 to 6 times more productive than we are in Jamaica. And goats really only represent about 2% of the global milk supply, with about 2 to 3 liters per day. So we need to pursue a dual-track dairy strategy. One, where we modernize the cow-based dairy industry for higher yield and import substitution, and two, to scale growth production as a smallholder-friendly subsector that is more climate resilient. Madam Speaker, there are problems that Jamaica faces. One, we have low domestic milk production relative to the demand. We have high dependence on imported dairy products. We have vulnerability of livestock systems to climate variability, and we have underdeveloped value chains for both goat and cow milk. Therefore, productivity improvement have to be more transformative rather than incremental. What are the drivers that we would say that is causing our production to be that low? First among them is climate. The increase in the temperature in a tropical country leads to heat stress and decreased milk yields. And the seasonal drought make it inconsistent for food availability. 2, genetic limitations. And this is probably something that it will require more intervention from government at a policy level to deal with genetics. In Jamaica, sorry, we have more adapted for survival than for production. And as of such, the different breeds can tolerate the heat, but they do not produce as much as breeds in other jurisdictions. The feeding system, and in relation to this, in Jamaica they are mostly grass-fed with limited concentrate, whilst globally there is precision feeding with higher energy diets involving grains and supplements. And then you have, Madam Speaker, farm structure and technology. In Jamaica, where there is limited mechanization and milking systems, versus globally, where you have automated milking systems with data-driven herd management. The next reason is institutional weakness, especially in relation to extension services. Most rural MPs here will tell you that the extension services from RADA are limited. We would clearly want to increase that capacity so that you could have more extension officers actually going into the fields to attend to the needs of the farmers. Then there is market and policy constraint, where we have competition from imported powdered milk, limited incentives for scaling local production, and weak aggregation and processing systems. So when we think of goats, therefore, we have to think of a more strategic importance of goats to the industry, because they are more climate resilient, they are less capital intensive, and they are suitable for hilly and drought-prone areas. The policy, therefore, Madam Speaker, should be to increase our national milk production by at least 50% within the next 5 years, to decrease our import dependency, to build climate-resilient livestock systems, to strengthen rural livelihoods and agribusinesses. And therefore, there are some recommendations, some that are cattle-focused and some that are goat-focused and then general. In relation to cattle-focus, there needs to be an expansion of artificial insemination programs for higher yield breeds. There needs to be introduction of climate-smart housing, cooling and shading system. Remember, from Central, St. Mary and myself visited the True Juice farm in St. Catherine, in the constituency of Northwest St. Catherine. And they have developed a quite elaborate cooling system, which I think already they are seeing increased yield based on that. And so that needs to be promoted, and more persons need to adopt to that form of housing. 3, promote silage and feed storage systems. And 4, incentivize medium-scale dairy farms. In relation to the goat sector, there to be establishment of a national goat dairy program to support breeding programs for improved dairy goats, to develop goat milk processing facilities, to promote value-added products, whether it's cheese, yogurts, or cosmetics. Strengthening of the extension and training, as I mentioned earlier with the extension officers from RADA, and the training of farmers so that they can understand feed optimization, herd health management, and climate-smart agriculture. And financing, low-interest credit for dairy infrastructure, for cold storage and processing, and to encourage public-private partnership and the possibility of tax incentives for dairy investment. 5th, market and value chain development. You want to strengthen milk collection systems, to expand cold chain logistics, to promote Buy Jamaica Dairy campaign, and support the small businesses that operate within the sector. In conversations with one of the dairy producers, he explained to me that there are about 4 producers outside of the big corporations. There are about 4 in Clarendon and 2 in St. Elizabeth. And outside of that, there isn't much participation in the sector otherwise. So, Madam Speaker, to amend the definition, or Mr. Speaker, to amend the definition of milk so that by amending the Dairy Board Act is not an issue that is controversial, but there might be need for an act to address small ruminants by themselves, or a livestock development act. We saw today in the news where one of the major producers of patties is increasing the cost by about $20, I believe the article said. Imported beef trimmings for the patty sector is at about 2.3 million kgs. And with the average carcass at about 350 kg. That is about 6,570 animals. And they feed them on a ratio of roughly 1 per acre. So you're talking about, if you were to satisfy that demand locally, you'll be putting 6,570 acres on the production. So Jamaica dairy sector sits at a critical transition point, while global dairy systems demonstrate what is possible with high investment and technology. Jamaica's comparative advantage lies in building a hybrid system, combining efficient cow-based production for scale and resilient goat-based system for inclusivity and sustainability. The production gap is structural and not just biological. And therefore, closing the gap means improving genetics, better in the feeding systems, incorporating technology, and being climate sensitive, climate smart. A well-coordinated approach can transform dairy into a pillar of food security, rural development, and economic resilience. Thank you.
Member from West Central St. James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please turn the mic on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, entitled An Act to Amend the Jamaica Dairy Development Board Act, expand the definition of milk in keeping with international standards and provide for connected matters, is simple and straightforward. Among the two objects is the specification of the composition of the Jamaica Dairy Development Board to accord with the legal requirements.
We do apologize. We're going to break away from the House of Parliament. Join us on the other side when we bring you part 3 of the tensions between Juliet Holness and Angela Brown-Burke. So we're going to break away from that and join us at 7:35 when we come back on with a robust discussion with a lot of panelists to speak, and we're going to open the phone lines. Your take on what happened in the Parliament today between Angela Brown-Burke and Juliet Holness. You heard Mrs. Brown-Burke respond to the Speaker of the House. So join us on the other side when we bring that to you live. We're breaking away from the Houses of Parliament with this presentation, the budget presentation, the sectorial budget presentation. We're going to break away from that. I want to say thank you all for joining us. Join us back in a couple minutes. I'm Jeffrey Tavares saying so long. God bless you. May God bless our island home, Jamaica land we love. Good evening.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.